can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. No.
Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to welcome all members and guests to the December 6th, 2022 Public Hearings Committee meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, and I would ask you to ensure your phones are on silent. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn your camera on and unmute yourself. Staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Team raise hand feature icon to be called upon and to remove it after you're finished speaking. I'll call the Public Hearing Committee meeting to order. The agenda has been updated to include public comments received since the agenda was originally published. Can I have a mover and a seconder to move the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. All those in favor? And that is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none. I now officially open the public meeting held under the Municipal Act, the Planning Act, and County Policy. Please be advised that you preserve your right to appeal the Ontario Land Tribunal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. You are required to make comments or provide written submissions prior to the passage of a bylaw. These meetings are allowed to allow the public to provide initial comments on presented planning matters. For two of the items on our agenda today, committee is requested to make a decision on the matter. For two of the agenda items, further reports will come forward at a future date. Why are we talking about multiple files? There is just one file today. Feeling unprepared all of a sudden. We are going to move right along to the first file, which is the Charles Seat Street subdivision for Waterford Report CD 22-109. Brandon Sloan, General Manager of Community Development. Are you introducing the report or along to Mohammed?
Good afternoon through you, Madam Chair. The item before you is proposed subdivision and rezoning on the southwest side of Waterford. And yes, our principal planner, Mohammed, will be doing the presentation.
Thank you, Brandon. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and the Council. So, Madam Chair, this is a residential development proposal for 68 residential dwelling units in Waterford urban area. The site is located along Charles Street and Washington Street with a combination of 4 parcels of lands. The existing uses include one residential house and one existing landscape business and 2 vacant lands. From neighborhood perspective, the subject lands are located at the west side of Waterford urban area, mostly surrounded by low-density residential development. To the immediate south, there is the elementary school, and to the west, there is a new subdivision development, which is commonly known as Cedar Park subdivision. So, Madam Chair, these 2 maps illustrate the designation and zoning of the subject lands. The subject lands are designated as urban residential in the official plan, which means our long-term policy allows residential development on it. The second map shows the zoning, which is partly zoned as residential type 1A with a holding, which is for a development agreement. And this allows a single detached dwelling. And the other part is zoned as development, which is basically expected for future development. So the proposal is for a combination of single detached dwelling and townhouse dwellings. These are 23 single detached dwelling proposed, which are mostly located at the periphery of the development proposal to the west and north side. There are townhouses proposed, which include 15 bungalow type towns, which is 1-story towns, and mostly located at the east side near the other low residential developments. And they're also proposing 32-story townhouses, standard townhouses at the center of the development. The development proposal includes a stormwater management pond at the south side, which is shown in the blue color. And there are 2 access from Charles Street and 1 access from Washington Road. So to facilitate this development, the applicant asked for a zoning bylaw amendment that will change the existing zoning from R1A and D to R1B, which is a smaller footprint lot for single detached, and R4 for the townhouse dwellings. The stormwater management pond will be zoned as open space. We received a number of technical reports, including a planning justification report, traffic impact study, functional servicing report, and stormwater management proposal, which will be through a revision of an existing Waterford South municipal drain design. We already received most of the technical comments on these reports. Some of them are received after the submission, therefore may not be stated in the slide deck. But I'll mention some of the concerns that we received through the technical comments, which will possibly require further communication and potential revisions of the technical reports. The service allocation will not be issued as part of the zoning bylaw amendment. Applicant is to confirm the capacity of the water at the time of development agreement. At this time, the existing municipal water service system and the proposed infrastructure may not support the development, and staff recommends that the developer provide a new fire underwriting survey calculation, which is a fire flow calculation for higher level of construction. The county would require the consultant to consider different construction methods or infrastructure upgrade to increase the fire resistance for the proposed residential units. According to the sanitary modeling report, the Waterford wastewater collection system is at the reaching capacity along the flow path to wastewater treatment plant from this development. And the blue line pumping station currently has a operating capacity below the current peak flows, and it is recommended that prior to addition of this development, an improvement to the pumping station to increase the capacity for future peak flows to be considered. Currently, there is no existing storm sewer to connect this development to the existing sewer on Thompson Road. It will be the full responsibility of the developer to pay for the installation of all stormwater infrastructure required to make this connection. The developer may need to enter into an agreement with the county to construct the stormwater outside the development area. We also received one public comments for this application so far. The concern is about a small piece of driveway encroached to the neighbor's property on the subject land. The owner expressed his interest to receive this small piece of land from the applicant to resolve this issue. I believe he's attending the meeting and may further elaborate this. So we have preliminary consideration for this development, which include cash and lieu of parkland education, which will be required and confirmed at a later stage. Staff will further review and confirm the enough parking provision are provided. Staff will also further review the traffic recommendation. The maximum building height will be unchanged based on the current and proposed zoning. Identified issues regarding water and sanitary modeling will be further discussed and reviewed by the county staff and the applicant. Through Madam Chair, our next step is further communication with the applicant to address the identified concerns. We'll also consider public comments and provide a recommendation report to the council at a later stage. Staff recommends to receive this report as information, and any public comments be considered for future recommendation report. That's everything from me. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed. Are there any questions about this report of staff? Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you to Mohammed. Mohammed, can you tell me, in that area that we're discussing, and we're talking about parkland in lieu of, cash in lieu of parkland, is there a park in that area for the other current subdivision and this proposed subdivision? Would there be any park available?
Through Madam Chair to Councillor, yes, there are few parks available and also has been approved as part of subdivision application, which includes the Cedar Park subdivision. But generally those parks are not at a neighborhood scale if we consider about the size of the park. But those parks will be publicly accessible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Breton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question through you. In the report on page 26, I see where it says some of the routing for the sanitary isn't adequate, and then also that there will be a pumping station. Are they aware of all that? Is the developer aware of all that?
Through Madam Chair to the Councillor, yes, I believe they're aware of that. The pumping station is an existing pumping station. Staff recommended an upgrade of the pumping station to increase the capacity. So that is for the sanitary flow.
And the other question I just have very quickly is the plant, the wastewater plant. I know it was rehabbed there a couple of years back. Does it still have ample capacity?
Through Madam Chair, that is the question I would probably refer to our engineering colleagues.
Mr. King, are you on the line?
Sorry, yes, I am.
Did you hear that question?
Yes, I did. Through the mayor to the councilor, yes. We have recently completed the phase one upgrades for the wastewater plant and actually by Watford. And we finished off the second phase as well too. And as per the most recent servicing monitoring report that went to council late last year, there is ample capacity. Excuse me. In that area.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Columbus.
This in no way, Mohammed, is a condominium style development.
So, Madam Chair to Councillor, this is not a condominium style. This is through a subdivision application. That means the road will be publicly owned, county-owned road, and the lots will be individual lots. So it will not be run through a condominium.
Okay, thank you for that. And where we have the block, like the two-story townhouses, is there going to be adequate on-street parking for these? Because we've had some snow removal, winter maintenance conflicts with some developments in the past.
So, Madam Chair, to the Councillor Columbus, yes, those townhouses are at the center of the development. They will have one parking space at the driveway and one at the garage, as per the current concept plan that we received. But also, since the roads will be a 20-meter right-of-way as a public street, they will have space for the on-street parking, and staff will also further review that enough parking space is provided.
Want to make sure that that was covered. Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? My only question of staff would be with regards to the reduction in setback. Any comments to share with council on that?
To Madam Mayor, the only reduction they proposed is a reduced exterior side yard. The requirement is 6 meter. They are proposing 4.5 meter. Generally, we have seen earlier that we also approved up to 3 meters side yard setback. So I will further review that, but at this time it is a 4.5 meter proposed.
So Duffy? Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, Mohammed. My apologies if I can't see it correctly in the drawings. Are there sidewalks included in this subdivision?
To Madam Chair, to the Councillor, yes, it is as per the Norfolk County design criteria. They have to provide at least one sidewalk at one side of the road. So in the current concept plan, they showed one sidewalk at, I believe it would be 1.5 meter, one sidewalk at one side of the road.
Okay, not seeing any further questions. Else. Okay, we have the agent registered to speak to this report, Scott from G. Douglas Valley. Do you have a presentation? Staff already have it? Okay, and then can we ask you, we're going to get into the new practice of getting anyone who speaks to sign in on that book. Good, fine.
Great. Madam Chair, Council, thanks for taking the opportunity to hear our presentation today. Next slide, please. My name is Scott Plunder. I'm the project planner with G. Douglas Valley. We're the acting agent on behalf of the applicants for this development of Waterford. Next slide, please. So Mohammed's obviously done a pretty good job, a really good job of situating the report. So I'll kind of breeze through some of this stuff. We are on the west side of Waterford. It is 4 separate parcels that currently is mostly vacant. Mohammed's done a good job of identifying the land uses that exist there today. Next slide, please. So again, from a high level, as Mohammed was speaking about, we talked about the existing zoning on the subject lands, which are development and R1A hold with certain holding provision on the property. The key thing here is the official plan does designate this for future residential development, and so our application would be looking to implement those policies that were set out in the long term by the county. Next slide, please. So proposal, so a zoning bylaw amendment and a draft plan of subdivision have been submitted. So again, the question, no, it won't be for condo. So the lot fabric would be adjusted with the blocks for the townhouses and the creation of the individual lots for the single detached family dwellings. There is a enlarged stormwater detention area on the site. We're still at the functional design stage. So going back to some of the servicing information, we have received the county's preliminary technical comments on our functional design so far. So we are working through that. There will be some refinement to that area, but the general concept will be adhered to. That enlarged stormwater management area is part of the reason with some of the reductions for the exterior side yard that we've looked at. It is common practice in Norfolk County to have the reduction to 3 meters. One thing to note, particularly for the concerns for parking, those blocks, particularly in the interior and the single family dwelling, just given the space we had to play with, are actually quite large. The blocks could be pushed back, and if there was certain concern about parking, that could be built into the zoning as there's fairly ample space there. So we'll work through that when we get through to the more detailed design phase. Next slide, please. So again, Mohammed's touched on some of the technical studies we've looked at. We'll be continuing on with those, and they'll be reviewing those as we move through once we get to the more detailed design phase. So again, it's got a planning justification report, the traffic impact study, the functional servicing report. But again, we'll get into more detailed servicing design and stormwater management, and then a geotechnical study to give us an idea of the soils on the property. Next slide, please. So again, we tried to take a look at this subdivision to try to provide that compatible housing on the periphery of the development with again, they're 2-story street townhouses in the interior. They're not apartment buildings or skyscrapers in there, but we have tried to keep that to the interior of the development to limit any potential impacts on surrounding properties. Again, this is a big one because the intent of these lands were for residential purposes, and we feel this provides a compatible use, provides some much needed housing forms in Norfolk County, and again, like we were talking about, is the desired effect for these lands. Next slide, please. So again, I can answer any questions. The applicant's here as well if there's any questions that haven't been answered by county staff.
Sorry, Scott, we've had a microphone issue specifically today where we can literally only have one on. So just so you know, we used to be able to get 2 in. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you too, Scott. My question is, I've had a lot of people comment regarding the amount of traffic. Washington is a fairly narrow street. It's one of the older streets actually in Waterford, and it leads out to Thompson Road there, to quite a busy road. What's been done so far in terms of the traffic study?
Thank you, through the chair. So the traffic study, the counts were conducted at the 2 study intersection, one at Washington and Thompson, one at Charles and Washington. They did also take a look at the drive intersections for the actual entrance, the proposed entrances to the development itself. They did the trip collection in March of this year. So it has been recent that the trips were conducted, or the trip collection was conducted, and they looked at the peak hours. Obviously, given their and they had the study approved with their guidelines and their requirements. They didn't recommend any traffic upgrades, and that was presented to county servicing staff and public works for review. And there's been no recommended upgrades proposed.
I just have nothing. Now, again, I know sometimes you don't know the answer to this question. I know the applicants are here. They might be able to speak to this. Just looking again, in terms of the growth in Waterford and looking at, price points of these units. Are any of them, would they be considered affordable, attainable, any kind of description?
So certainly affordable is a fairly regulated term. I think just in terms of attainable for market, obviously the street townhouses are going to be a cheaper price point than the single detached dwellings generally. But the thing about this is as a plan of subdivision, the unit design won't be from the applicant. Depending on how they structure their sale and construction, it could be up to individual builders on what kind of design and the actual price point that they're building at.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
What is the timeline for shovel of the ground?
Through the chair, it's a big question, and we'd be obviously looking to county for in terms of job plan approval, review of the detailed studies. So a lot of our timelines are kind of driven by county review timelines and county approval timelines. Ideally, next year to get things registered, but there's a lot of external factors that are in a lot of people's hands. But ideally, next year.
Any other questions to Scott? No? Okay. Thanks. Is there anyone in council chambers who wishes to speak to this report? Okay, is there anyone on the line that wishes to speak to this report? You don't see any additional names online, do you, outside of what's on the screen? Okay. All right. Does someone wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Columbus.
I'd move the staff recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Duffy. Okay. Discussion on that, seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. All right, it's 3:25. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Michelle, seconded by Councillor Huffman, all in favor? And that is carried. And in about 5 minutes, we'll move over to budget meeting. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'd like to welcome all members and guests to the December 6, 2022 Budget Committee meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, so please ensure that your phones are silenced. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature icon to be called upon and to remove it after you finish speaking. With that, I call the December 6, 2022 budget meeting to order. The following amendments have been made to the agenda. We have the addition of the deputation from item 3.1 from staff regarding staff report CS 22-105. 4.3, Kimberly Earls regarding the SCORE membership update. 4.4, Lisa and Julie from the Norfolk County Public Library. And then we have clerical amendments to attachment 3 of item 6.6.1, staff report CAO 22-091. We understand that Councillor Huffman will be introducing a notice of motion related to an NBI request to be introduced after item 6.5.1, staff report CS 22-196. And at that time, she'll be requesting council's consideration of the matter today by 2/3 majority vote. So with that, can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the amended agenda? Moved by Councillor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We have one presentation today that will be provided during item 6.5.2 staff report CS 22-105 regarding the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation repair and renewal strategy and affordable housing build. So we are going to go straight on to deputations first, which we have 4 of. I would ask the committee to accept the deputations for information after each speaker. Should any committee member wish to direct staff to bring a report back on any of the matters for further discussion, that can occur following all of the deputations. Just to confirm, Teresa, do you want deputation signing in as well? Yeah, okay. So we're going to start first with Mr. Stephen Nunn regarding the Linwood Arts budget. You can approach the podium there, Stephen. There's a little book if you wouldn't mind taking a few moments and signing in. You have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I'm going to let you know when you got about a minute left. And if you have slides, staff can put them up on the screen for you and help with that. Just let us know. You just take a moment there, get yourself signed in. Staff will pull your slides up, and then we'll start the clock.
That was too easy. Sorry. So thank you for the opportunity to share our achievements of the last year and our plans for 2023 as Linwood continues on a journey to become a place where community and creativity are celebrated. We appreciate the support of council as a partner in making our journey possible. A lot has happened at Linwood since our last presentation to council. Summer March break camps were our first venture since embarking on our journey to reopen Linwood's doors. Next slide, please. Children joined us from across Norfolk, Haldeman, to discover the arts. Next slide. While our opening was delayed by COVID-19, we did reopen our doors in June 2022 with an Indigenous art project, an exhibit that showcased 5 Indigenous artists and provided workshops for 650 school children. The exhibit was so popular, it extended from 2 months to 4 and was visited by guests from Toronto, Guelph, Cambridge, and Niagara. Next slide. The project received front page coverage in the Hamilton Spectator, and the story received additional attention in other publications. Next slide. Linwood has been fortunate to have established relationships with several community partners to help our financial viability. Speech Hens, Speech Language Services and Brant Haldeman Norfolk Catholic District School Board have signed on to rent space at Linwood to support their programming to children. And the building is being used for weddings, events, and community meetings, all bringing more people through the doors and introducing them to Linwood. Next slide. Since July 2022, What's Up Linwood, our monthly newsletter, has been circulated to promote upcoming activities and exhibitions and a monthly giving program. The next slide. 2022 has been active at Linwood, hosting multiple exhibits headlined by works from the permanent collection, which hasn't been viewed for over 6 years. 2 more slides ahead, please. We're very excited to announce that Linwood has taken ownership of the long-standing Norfolk Studio Tour, which will culminate in an exhibit featuring studio artists for an extended exhibition at this Linwood following the September tour. Next slide. With the support of the DeMeyer children, Linwood Arts has established an endowment at Norfolk Community Foundation, the Star Gallery. Star DeMeyer was a dedicated volunteer and donor and board member at Linwood Arts. And a named space inside Linwood Arts will be called the Star Gallery. Fundraising goal of $250,000 for the endowment is well on its way, with 64% raised to date. Next slide. With generous grants from RBC Foundation and Norfolk Community Foundation, Linwood hosted the Artist Professional Development Workshop Series this year, offering 6 workshops for artists with a focus on developing business acumen. Next slide. We have developed a new branding, a website, and signage in our busy first year. And next slide. We're very excited about our many events and programs and exhibits that are planned in 2023. Most of them are listed on that slide. So we've got a busy year ahead of us. Next slide. This is a table of key performance measures that demonstrate the growth that has been experienced at Linwood on a number of measures. The table is a clear representation of positive growth in all measures and reflects the increase in activity on the ground at Linwood. What the chart doesn't show is an increased number of hours the building is open to host programs for children run by our rental partners. We only expect to see continued growth as we fully develop our identity in the community. Next slide. The 2023 financial plan presented here leans on lessons learned from our first year of active programming and looks forward to achieving long-term goals of financial security. Some cost increases reflect the increase in activity from a partial year of operation in 2022 to a planned full year in 2023. Our request for support from the county for 2023 is $60,000, which includes a one-time expenditure of $10,000 for appraisal fees to support the transition of ownership of the art collection back to Linwood. Next slide. Slide 16 details a number of costs and revenue drivers. Sorry, one more slide. Revenue drivers that are behind the budget numbers. And the final slide. We recognize that there are challenges in maintaining and supporting our plans for Linwood, but we're well on our way to meeting our goals of increased community engagement and financial stability. We thank the council and Norfolk County staff for their support on our journey and look forward to continuing to work with you as partners to make Linwood a place where community and creativity are celebrated. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jamie. Are there any questions to the deputation? Councillor Berry, then Councillor Huffman.
Thanks, Jamie. I just have a question about the key performance measures. You've already got numbers in there for 2023. Is that your anticipated? Oh, sorry.
Yes, 2023 is our projected numbers. 2022 is actuals to the end of September and are projected to the end of the year.
How, like, Okay, so thank you. How did you come to that? And how, I'm just not trying to grill you, I'm just curious, like, how did you calculate 4,710? Like, that's pretty specific.
Yeah, so we looked at all of the programs that we're planning and the exhibits that we're planning and estimate the number of people that will come based on our experience this year.
Counselor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through you to Mr. Gunn. Why isn't there a relationship with the Grand Erie District School Board? I noticed that there's one with the Brant Haldeman Catholic District School Board. So just out of curiosity, because I did read a lot of feedback about the involvement of the school children, especially in the Indigenous show that you put on. So just wondering why the Grand Erie Board isn't part of like a partnership.
I did spend some time in the Grand Erie District School Board in my career, so I know they don't have as intensive an arts program as the Catholic School Board does.
Counselor Columbus.
Yes, I'm impressed with your performance today. Just what is your marketing and promotion? I don't see anything under expenditures with respect to marketing, promotion, or advertising.
Yes, most of our marketing is through our social media and newsletter contacts. We did do some marketing in news, radio, and newspaper media this year, and it wasn't as successful. So we tend to be able to reach the people we need to with our social media contracts and newsletter.
Counselor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know there's an extra $10,000 request for appraisal fees to transfer the collection over to Linwood. Am I missing something, or did I miss the report where a request was made that the collection be transferred over to Linwood? Never heard of that before.
Through the mayor, if I may jump in, for council's benefit, staff are preparing an update for council about the Norfolk and Linwood Arts Center, and we can touch upon that topic as well. So that information has been, we've been working closely with this group over the past year on the transition of operations. We've been meeting monthly with the group about this as well.
So I didn't miss it. It's just not been presented yet. Thank you.
Counselor Berry.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Gunn. So I'm looking at the budget again. Could you, I see like a $32,000-ish increase in staffing. Is there a description of what that is for?
Yeah, so the staff that are there are detailed on the page that has about the budget drivers on it. But they have, there's a director, a fundraiser director, a curator, part-time, and a part-time gallery receptionist. So as we open the doors, you have to have more people there to oversee what goes on in the building. So that's why the increase year over year.
I guess I understand that. So I'm wondering what the extra 32,000 is for. Is it for the FTE curator? Is it for the receptionist? What is it for?
It's for the receptionist and the grant writer are new compared to the prior year, and then increased time for the curator.
I also see that you're projecting a reduction of approximately a third of the fundraising. Why? Like, how did you arrive at that to go from 75,000 to 49,000 in your fundraiser proposed?
Sorry, which number you're talking about? The bottom line in the revenues. Okay, and so the I would say the fundraising in 2022 had one fortunate large contribution, and as well as contributions to that Star Gallery that are one time, that you wouldn't expect to see again. So we put, I would say the fundraising number is on the revenue side is probably conservative. We prefer to be conservative at this point. But that is the main difference between the actual and the budget is some one-times that came in with the Star Foundation that won't be coming again.
Councillor Van Andriesch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, it's again on the operating budget. When I take a look at the revenues, why would there be a decrease in the fees and rentals when you think you're going to be open now full time? Wouldn't that be an increase rather than a decrease? Like, why do you anticipate your income?
Compared to the actuals, if the fees and rentals will be higher, I would say the 2022 budget was struck before Linwood really got in operation and opened the door, and probably wasn't a realistic number. So we're basing 2023 going forward more on actual experience than prior budget.
Just a curiosity then, in 2022, how were you open, like, time on, like, were you open 2 days a week, 3 days a week, what was it?
So in 2022, Linwood wasn't open until June. That's when it started. And it's 3 days a week from noon till 5 is when it's actually physically open to the public. There are other programs that the school board and Speech Hens were running their own programs during that time, but open to the public started in June and 3 half days a week.
You anticipate a little bit more revenues coming in under rentals, because it says here you do weddings and things like that, so that would operate on weekends?
Yes. So we've been modest in what we're thinking we'll get for weddings, and we have one booked, so maybe there'll be a couple more, but we're again trying to be conservative on the revenue side. So included in the rentals are certainly our firm commitments from Speech Hens and the Catholic School Board, and then smaller projections going forward.
Thank you, actually, it's very well done. Thank you.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Gunn. Just a quick note, my kids had the opportunity to take part in some programming this summer and really enjoyed it, so well done. Just sort of following up on Councillor Van Passen's question on the $10,000, the extra $10,000. Perhaps this is putting the cart before the horse, but where did that number come from? It sounds like that's for having a appraisal fund. Is that just, how do we know that number is in the $10,000?
We've talked to others in the industry. Glenhurst Gardens Brantford have been a good resource for us, and we know the size of the collection. To transfer the collection, they need appraisals, and that's what the number works out to.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Well done, Jamie. Thank you for the information. You handled the microphone better than some of us, quicker on the draw than some of us have been. Okay, so I think I said, I'm trying to remember what I said, if received them all individually or at the end, individually? Okay, mover and a seconder to receive. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Van Andriesch. All those in favor? Great, that's carried, received as information. Our next, where am I? Okay, so we have 4.2, which is the Downtown Simcoe BIA 2023 budget, and we have Les Anderson registered. Okay. Okay. Come on up if you wouldn't mind signing yourself, both of you, into the book. You have 5 minutes. Do you have slides or a staff presentation? get that ready while you sign yourself in. And I don't know if you heard us, but we're down to one microphone working at a time. So flick it on and off before you finish sharing.
Through the mayor, there isn't a presentation. There's a Word document and an Excel spreadsheet that was provided. Did you want those up on the screen? Okay, which would you prefer? Spreadsheet? The Word documents actually just looks like it's the deputation form. Do you want the spreadsheet up? I can put that up.
Okay, 5 minutes. I can let you know when you have 1 minute unless you're kind of winding down there, and take it away.
Hey, there we are. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilors. Good afternoon. I'm Brian Jones, the Communications Chair for the Downtown Simcoe BIA. And the Downtown Simcoe BIA's mandate is to promote our downtown and deal with beautification issues. And to that end, we are seeing some real momentum. Our downtown to date has one of the lowest vacancy rates we've seen in decades. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw the vast majority of our downtown businesses survive and in some cases thrive. We've got some real great momentum that we want to continue. To that end, we are making a levy request of $185,400, which represents a 0% increase from the prior year and is 4% lower than the 2018 BIA levy. We're requesting an increase in the grant the county provides for the collection and disposal of garbage in the downtown core. For 2021, $10,584 was received. In 2022, $10,000 was received. And for 2023, the Downtown Simcoe BIA is requesting $14,000. Full details of the request are laid out in the presentation material. The BIA is requesting a grant for bylaw enforcement services. The services would be on a part-time basis and would not be restricted to only parking enforcement, but will include illegal dumping of waste by tenants in the downtown core. A full detailed analysis of this request and the savings to the county for providing the same level of service is contained in our presentation material. $10,000 is being requested. Other issues. These items deal with the allocation of existing funds within the county budget. Best practices for downtown revitalization tells us that the streets are not clean, safe, well-lit, and walkable. Everything else that is done to promote the core will be for naught. The Downtown Simcoe BIA follows this practice in restructuring the 2020 BIA budget and continues to follow this principle in determining the allocation of funds in the 2023 budget. We ask the various departments that are involved with the downtown core make a similar commitment to ensure the park leaves are collected, the trees are trimmed, the sidewalks, snowbanks are timely removed after each major snowfall, and the crosswalks are cleared and salted. In closing, Downtown Simcoe is ripe for revitalization and development. There are no less than 3 major residential projects in limbo status. A draft Downtown Simcoe secondary plan was produced in 2013 with no action to date. We ask that the completion of the Downtown Simcoe secondary plan be a top priority in 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You got 2 minutes to spare. Okay, looks like we've just found, is that what we wanted? Okay, so council members don't have this information, so you might get some questions that are in here, but just bear with us. So open the floor up to for questions to Brian and Joe. Go ahead, Councilor Brett.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through you to 2 fine gentlemen here today, I guess, Ryan and Joe. Can you give me a bit of a breakdown on this? And I apologize, this is the first I've seen the budget, so. The beautification, $82,000. Can you give me a little breakdown on that? What's in there?
Yeah. The majority of that would be the flowers and the watering of the flowers that are hung throughout the downtown core. That's probably, that whole project's in the $25,000 range alone. And then we're doing a lot with just cleaning garbage off the streets, weeds growing inside of sidewalks. We had a student last year do a lot of that work, and that's categorized under beautification. It sure doesn't take much. The public art is also in there. The murals that we've done throughout the town, our contribution to those murals is in the beautification budget. When we first did this, Brian mentioned about restructuring the 2020 budget. We were found when this group of BIA members took over in 2019, a large part of the budget was spent on operations and administration. And we kind of flipped it around. We turned it, we call it putting money on the streets. We're spending money on beautification and communication with members rather than administration and occupancy and things like that. So rather than itemizing, we've come up with certain categories, like the number one objective of the BIA is beautification and promotion of the downtown core. So communications and beautifications are major pillars in the budget. And we start by that. Whenever we talk about an expenditure, we talk about how does that clean the streets, make them safer, make them walkable. And that's why everything is tagged as a job number, and beautification is our prime responsibility. So a lot of items are tagged as a beautification effort. That's how we track our budget. And we find by doing it that way, we're putting money on the street.
Great system. All right, thank you. The other one, I didn't quite catch it all. How do you, funding by the bylaw enforcement department, how does that work again? I didn't quite understand that.
Yeah, so a few years back, there was a full-time bylaw officer that was hired by the BIA to do enforcement of parking downtown. So the ticket revenue that was generated by that was funneled back through the BIA to offset that cost. So in 2020, after the pandemic, that project ended, or during the pandemic, that project ended. But we're finding that we still have a major issue with people parking for extended periods of time downtown. Lots of it is employees that work downtown. They're parking for 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours in the same spot all day long. So we're asking for an enforcement done by the BIA through the Commissioner Service, which is for the level of service can be done at a much lower cost. As you know, the bylaw officers are stretched pretty thin across the county right now. There's not a lot of availability to be downtown every day to do parking. So the BIA has offered to take that on. We would do it on a part-time basis, random, so no one knows when it's going to happen. And we feel that we can target it very specific and get it done for a lot less. And I think once you break the cycle of people routinely parking in the same spot every day, once you break that cycle, I think that it'll accomplish a lot of the problems with the parking. And then also, you know, they would also enforce the illegal dumping. As you know, if anybody that drove around downtown today, there's all kinds of garbage bags downtown. Garbage collection is Wednesday, it's not Tuesday. It's been out there since 9 o'clock this morning. So that's an enforcement issue that there is a bylaw that tells you when you put garbage out, and it's not 9 o'clock in the morning on the day before. So that bylaw needs to be enforced.
I'm sure there are other questions, but on the topic of, I'm losing my train of thought here. Could you please educate me and council, because I genuinely don't know, what the position was of the BIA concerning paid parking when Norfolk County looked at the pilot project, just because we don't have the former simple councilors here to ask what happened. So you formerly had, did you have a bylaw before, or you had a bylaw officer enforcing regular parking bylaw issues, opted out of the paid parking pilot?
Yeah, the original pilot had to do with the 4-hour parking in the lots. And then there was a second pilot that had to do with, they were recommended monitoring certain streets in the downtown core. And the BIA objected to that because all it does is move the problem from one street to the next street, which is an unfair advantage for that, that street that's not being monitored. At 9 o'clock, the spots are full and businesses on that street would have no place to park. So that's why the BIA opposed the pilot. The way it was designed, it was only on, I think, a couple of the downtown streets and not all of the streets.
Counselor Duffy.
Yeah, I think there was over the years, I think Councillor Taylor a couple of years ago made a detailed presentation on that. And the issue there is, it's basically the BIA is picking up residential waste. I would safely say 90% of our costs is residential waste that we're picking up from the apartments that are above the stores. And we have a few buildings that are strictly apartments, but they're in the BIA core. So whenever someone moves out, apartments get emptied. You can go on Kent Street North right now and see a few of them. There's couches out there, mattresses out there. So the way it was before, the county would pick it up and they would get picked it up, but not on a timely basis. So if you're a store owner, to have a mattress and a couch sitting outside for a few hours is a problem, let alone, 3 or 4 days. So we've contracted a private person that comes around, he picks up all that stuff. So it's once or twice a week, it's always picked up. The problem with that is once you do it, people know it gets done and now it's done all the time. So then it becomes a bylaw issue. We have a bylaw against it, it's just that it needs to be enforced.
Counselor Berry.
Brian, were you going to say something? Hi. So thanks, Mayor, through you to Deputy. What is event contingency? I mean, you know what the words mean, but in context of your budget, what does that mean?
The BIA wants to create a situation where we don't run events, but we host them downtown. And we've always, the last couple of years now, we put in a clause in the BIA budget to allow for event contingency. So sometimes, like last year, the Downtown Friday Market, they didn't come to us until March of the year. So in order to be, a dynamic enterprise, to be able to react to that opportunity, you have to have money allocated. You can't say, fine, yeah, we'll put it in the budget for next year. So we have that in there, and if there are no events or there's no use for that project, it gets added to the reserve. Sometimes, yes, and sometimes we would pay to have the public toilets. We would pay for the fencing. We would do grant up or permit applications and pay for that. We're just trying to make it easier for people to hold events in the downtown core.
Any further questions? No, seeing none, okay. May I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? Carried. Thanks for coming. Next up, Kimberly Earls regarding SCORE. I'm assuming you do have a presentation, so staff can pull that up? Okay, and then just take a moment and get yourself signed in if you wouldn't mind. Okay, you've got 5 minutes and I can let you know when you have 1 minute remaining, or I'll just watch your slides and see if you're almost done.
Thank you very much for allowing me to present today. My name is Kimberly Earls and I'm the Executive Director of South Central Ontario Region Economic Development Corporation. And this afternoon, I'd like to give regrets on behalf of our chair, Alison Warwick, who is the Warden of Middlesex County. Next slide, please. So SCORE has been in existence for just over a decade, 13 years, and they came together originally to share resources and tackle larger regional issues that support economic development. Next slide, please. And so some of those issues are related to infrastructure, human capital, and agriculture and food across our region. Next slide, please. So this last year, our focus for infrastructure has really kind of honed in on the transportation piece, but I'll go through the full kind of spectrum of that portfolio. So transportation, including things such as rail, north-south highway, and community transportation, as well as other infrastructure pieces are housing, broadband, and energy. And in particular, we've been very successful in advocating and getting expansion of the natural gas program across rural Ontario. Next slide, please. Again, the rail piece is mainly in support of our manufacturing and agricultural sectors. That it has been come into play a lot over the last few years. You've heard about the need to shore up our supply chains and focus on those regional assets. So that is something we've undertaken across the region. Next slide, please. And again, the community transportation piece over the past decade, we've heard from employers and job seekers that one of the barriers to employment, recruiting, and retaining staff is lack of community transportation. And so we created the Southwest Community Transit Network, which is across not only the 5-county SCORE region, but across sort of the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus footprint. And so that has been an ongoing infrastructure support as well. Next slide, please. Again, we focused on human capital as our second priority, focusing in particular on the development of our agricultural workforce assets and supports. Next slide, please. And some of those have been working with the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, in particular, focusing on promotion of this area and local food through an Always in Season project, and focusing on the development of domestic workforce through Feeding Your Future. Alternatively to working with the OFA, we've also partnered with Conestoga College and Fanshawe College to get post-secondary specific training in place. And the Conestoga College program is the Agricultural Equipment Operator program that's offered at the Brant campus. And the Agribusiness Management program is offered here in Norfolk County at Simcoe campus, as well as in the City of London at the London campus. Next slide, please. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, but we have had a lot of great advocacy successes over the years. The Sand Plains Community Development Fund, which was $15 million for this region. Southwestern Ontario Development Fund, which was in the $30 million, I think, over the last term and is direct to employers. MTO, Community Transportation Pilot Program funding, several funds that as a region we were able to advocate and get those in place. Next slide, please. Here, and I'm sorry, I don't have my notes right with me, but here is just a breakdown of your return on investment. So for the $25,000 membership fee that has not changed for 13 years, SCORE was able to leverage directly just over, thank you, over $200,000 direct. So that's through staff supports and direct project initiatives, as well as partner supported funding. So that was totaling just around $9 million. And then again, the advocacy pieces where we're able to get larger funding pockets together, and those again kind of fold into that $9 million return on investment. Next slide, please. So here's a breakdown specific to Norfolk County. So most recently, we had RED funding, which helped us with the Agricultural Equipment Operator Program. We also received funding from the Rural Transit Solutions Fund, which is doing a regional-wide needs analysis for transportation across the region. So looking at all our routes and seeing where there can be efficiencies gained and where we can connect with other agencies to make that a more cost-effective and needed system. And then the next column is other funding that Norfolk could have tapped into that was sort of Norfolk specific. And then finally, those larger funding pots, which were the Rural Transit Solutions Fund and the Community Transportation Pilot Fund. And I believe the Community Transportation Pilot Fund, Norfolk was able to apply to that 2 times. And I believe you had just in excess of $1 million alone just for that funding. And next slide, please. And again, just a high level recap of all of the advocacy work and some wins that we've had over the last decade, and in particular in the last couple of years. Just want to reiterate those. And then next slide, please. Again, the SCORE partnership is a 5-county partnership. So each member appoints 2 members of council to our board of directors. So you have a 1 in 5 say at the table to really shape what's happening across the region. And as you can see from those other slides, we've had the opportunity to do a lot of fantastic things and really mitigate some of the impacts that we feel we may have had at a loss of the tobacco industry. So again, it's that sharing of resources and funding and being able to work together as a region for the greater good of all. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. And I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Councillor Vanden Drieschie.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm gonna go. Oh, okay. Just, I'm well aware of SCORE. Remember working with that years ago. How are you doing with the other municipalities? Is everybody staying on board and we're looking to be positive in this situation?
If I understand correctly, the other members, yeah. So we last year had Elgin County come back into the membership. They took a bit of a hiatus. And this year, I don't want to kind of speak out of turn before anyone's had, but everything's looking positive. And we've received appointments from several of our member counties already. So I'm hopeful.
And as a reminder to council, we have decided to opt out. So should we wish to continue with SCORE, we need to have that discussion at budget. We've given them our notice and our membership is almost expired. Councillor Columbus, then Brunton.
On that subject, if Norfolk County pulled out of SCORE, what would it do to the whole organization?
Well, first of all, as a Norfolk County resident, I would be very sad. But further to that, I think, you know, we've always viewed Norfolk as one of the anchor members. Certainly they were the driving force in creation of SCORE. And I'm not saying that it would completely dissolve the organization, but it would definitely be a detriment, and it would impact the projects and initiatives that we've already committed to through funding or to the other partners.
I think the word is cripple the organization.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you to Kim. Caught my ear there. You said we got $1 million out of something a minute ago. That really caught me. Can you explain that a little clearer to me, please?
Through the mayor to councillor, I believe that you received the community transportation pilot grant funding. I believe the first amount that Norfolk County received was either just shy of 1 million. And then the second amount, SCORE advocated for an extension of that project because many of the systems were trying to start community transportation systems at the outset of a pandemic. And so we were able to encourage the province to extend that. And I believe that Norfolk County got either 685 or 785,000 for the extension amount as well.
I wasn't aware of that, but I guess that's a lot of memberships, isn't it? Okay, thank you.
Counselor Van Andrucci.
Okay, thanks. You obviously have a good connection with the province and you have their ear, and that in and of itself is extremely valuable. Can you do anything on water? Just asking. But I'm sure that you do have your contacts in Queen's Park, and obviously they can be beneficial to us on different ideas and different aspects that we are looking for. So thank you. I will speak for the fact I do believe in sport.
Which I think is a great point. Formerly, my experience with SCORE, we've always talked about the delegations at Roma being the main service that we receive from them, but in conversations with Kim, I've kind of been educated a little bit that the entire SCORE region can come behind a particular municipality and advocate for something. So if our big push is for water, if we have a seat at that table, we can work with the board and use the entire region to help us if that is the will of the board as a whole. So I think that maybe we haven't been utilizing SCORE the best of our ability. So unless there are any, maybe Councillor Van Passen wants to add in some comments on budget or so.
So I have said this before, I'm a bit biased about SCORE because I know that started with the lobbying efforts of the marketing board to help replace the loss of the tobacco industry. And I've watched it over the years, and every year it's low-hanging fruit. Let's always cut it from the budget. And I've been waiting patiently to have all the updates done so I can put forth the motion that a report come to council at budget time to maintain our membership. But I have to do that in the proper process to keep the clerk happy.
Councillor Berry.
100% in favor of joining SCORE again or continuing to be a member. Work for SCORE lots, and I think there's a great value. I do have a question though. Kim, I see the BAM logo. Is that new? Because you mentioned you gained 5 members, and so I'm just curious what is the connection to the BAM logo is.
It's through the mayor too. Councillor, when the county of Elgin withdrew from the membership, withdrew their financial commitment, pardon me, some of the lower tiers at BAM being one wish to remain in, seeing the value, especially for a smaller municipality with limited resources. And so we adjusted our bylaws at that time to allow for them to be continued member without the upper tier membership involvement.
Did they have to pay the same membership fee? Okay, say that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we're looking for a mover and a seconder to receive Kim's deputation as information. Councillor Van Andrucci, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Thank you very much for coming. Nice to see you. And our last deputation today is from Lisa Marr and Julie Kent regarding the Norfolk County Public Library. Do staff have slides you want them to get ready to pull up? I know we have some info, but okay. If you wouldn't mind, just sign yourself into the book and then you can begin whenever you're ready. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, Madam Mayor and councillors, visitors. You've already said, my name's Lisa Marr. I'm a member of the Norfolk County Library Board, speaking to you today in support of the 2023 NCPL budget. This year, Norfolk County Public Library has experienced significant growth in programming, circulation, children's computer usage, and there are now about 25,000 Norfolk County Library card holders. People in our community visited our branches more than 130,000 times so far in 2022. You'll also see in your package the wide variety of ways Norfolk County residents use their local library branch with its maker spaces, meeting rooms, literacy programs, and much, much more. The library board has wrestled with the budget to try to meet our strategic objectives while keeping costs down. The board recognizes the county faces its own hurdles to balancing its budget, particularly the impact of Bill 23, rising inflation, and other significant pressures. My message here today is to ask Council to consider that a budget is not only intended to manage costs and find efficiencies, but also to use the funds to build our community. The library is a fundamental building block for social, cultural, and economic growth. Clearly, I'm speaking here as a library board member. But as a parent, I also value the library for its gift of literacy. As a business owner, I value the library for creating great spaces for learning and information, which is attractive to newcomers and possibly new employees. As a resident, I love the safe and welcoming spaces each library provides throughout the county as warming and cooling centers, as well, of course, as a great spot to borrow a book for free. I'll let Julie Kent, our new CEO, speak to you today regarding our budget plan. Thanks so much for your attention and your service to our community.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you on the topic of the library's operating budget for 2023. The library serves the community through the provisioning of programs and services that support its long-term well-being. This is another challenging year where we are looking at establishing budgets for 2023 that can sustain existing levels of service and respond to the needs of a community coming out of a period of uncertainty. I'm speaking to the budget in two areas, our base budget and a budget initiative. For 2023, we are asking for a budget increase of $174,300. The increase is driven by inflation, increases in salaries and benefits, in contracted services, and interdepartmental costs. This increase ensures that the library can meet its contractual obligations, but we found some savings in utility and printing costs for next year. I am looking for external grant opportunities to replace our aging technologies and did not include the $50,000 cost for that in this budget. We identified a gap in service to the community directly related to staffing levels. Part of the budget will address these chronic staffing shortages, and the budget initiative outlined in your package aims to address that chronic staff shortage. In summary, the increase of $174,300 ensures the library can meet its contractual obligations while maintaining high quality and consistent service to Norfolk County residents. Thank you, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through you to the deputation. When you were speaking about, first of all, thank you very much. When you're talking about your contractual obligations, are you talking about not having any reduction in hours of service at the branches?
Our contractual obligations are things like we have elevators and we have to pay for that service, maintenance cost on the elevators. We have book processing obligations, insurance. Our interdepartmental costs, we pay the county for support for HR, for IT, for facilities maintenance. So those are our contractual obligations that are in place. It's like keeping the lights on.
Now, what about reduction of hours in any of the branches? Will all the branches be open as much as they're supposed to be, or will there still be reduction in services?
Thank you. We are not for, there's no forecast for a reduction of services, nor for reducing hours in the branches. Our concern now and our issue now and our ask for the new initiative is specifically for staffing. Because when 3 staff are away, we have to start looking at which branch is going to have to close. Because as soon as that 4th staff calls in that they're sick, we have to close a branch, and that is a considerable disruption to service. And there is a letter in your package from a resident supporting the need for ensuring that our library branches stay open. We are not looking at reducing our service nor our hours.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Andrieschie, Michelle, then Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I see that as salary and benefit, we have a $92,100 increase. Are you proposing to hire how many new staff? And how many do you have per library?
Thank you for that question. That 91,000 it's 2 parts. We currently have 5 staff that are working 15 hours per week. And our ask is to add 5 hours so that they are now going to be available 20 hours per those 5 positions. That gives the library 100 hours a week. 100 hours a month to serve our community, and more opportunity to develop programs and deliver services to community, and reduce the risk of having to close a branch due to having not enough staff covering the hours. The second component of that 91,000 is indeed hiring 1 more staff member at that 20-hour level. We currently have funding from the government. We have a grant for a position to develop our volunteer. They're specifically called a volunteer facilitator, and we are working on a plan so that we can ignite volunteers across the county. And that person that we will hire, that 120-hour position, we're hoping can continue with the work that this contracted short-term position that we got a grant for has done for us, so that we can activate volunteers in the community.
Staff are in each library.
Thank you for that. It depends on the day. We have to at least 2 staff at each library, at each branch. They do rotate. At peak hours, we have 4 staff. At Simcoe here, we do have 4 staff on for the busy period, peak time of the day. The other branches have 2. And most of them are part-time staff working at 20-hour or 15-hour per week.
So when someone is ill, walk me through that, because I'm really not yet.
That's okay. In the summer, we had 8 staff away with COVID. And that meant at one point, we had 2 branches that had to close. There weren't staff to be at the branches. So if you have staff that are 20 hours a week and staff that are 15 hours a week, as soon as it gets to that point where 3 are away, we have to start looking at closing branches. So to add 5 hours to the existing staff, not adding 5 more staff, but adding 5 hours to 5 positions, that gives us an extra 100 hours a week of staff time a month. Thank you. That would reduce the risk of closing a branch due to staff shortages.
We'll make it simpler. How many staff do you have in total? Full-time equivalent.
It's 24, I believe. So we have 20, I think it's 24 staff. Full-time staff are our coordinators, of which there are 5, 2 managers and myself. The rest are either 15 or 20-hour positions. We also have a cohort of page staff. We also have a facilities manager, a guy that does all our fixing when the faucets go or a toilet needs replacing, and we have cleaning staff, 2 cleaning staff. Okay. Oh.
Linda, if I could just jump in, just because I understand what you're saying, you're questioning why are we adding 5 hours to each staff member. There's a couple of rationales behind what Julie was saying. that's so we can get a bit of overlap during the week. You know, if you've got someone off, you're doing a little bit of this back and forth. So you're trying to overlap and account for if someone's off on sick and all of a sudden someone's away on vacation, you've got some coverage. And also there's kind of a thinking that if you already have staff, you don't have to train them. There's no cost associated with that. Plus you have a retention tool so that because these people have to go through you know, post-secondary education in order to have these positions, right? So, I mean, if I had gone through a program and I'm only getting 15 hours a week, I'd be looking for another job. I'd rather stay, we'd like to keep them, right?
I've got a big list of counselors that want to speak, but I don't want to get off this topic. So one thing you mentioned, Julie, was the grant. What is the grant? And what, I think you were speaking about the volunteer facilitator, but what is the grant that you have?
It's a grant. It's a grant from the government in order to hire a person. It's part-time. The contract it's a 6-month position for an individual, and their role is specifically to develop for us a volunteer plan. It's a volunteer program, what they would do, how to activate volunteers in the community, and with their work, we are hoping then to move forward. We really want to engage the community in the library, specifically to help us with our outreach and our fundraising so that volunteers can be out in the community advocating for the library at events such as that.
Okay, thank you. So to clarify, there's $92,100 associated with your new budget initiative, and you have the 6-month volunteer facilitator position covered in your grant. So that $92,100 is to add the 5 hours per 5 staff members. After the 6 months. 20,000? Is that what you just said? 20 hours. So we're making up the difference for between the remaining 6 months of that position. So it's a full year-long position.
Madam Mayor, you're absolutely right. 5 positions at 15 hours, add 5 hours. A second position of 20 hours position will be able to take the work that this contracted grant that when it ends and move it forward and really activate the fundraising and volunteers in the community.
Great, thank you for that clarification. I have Councillor Michelli and then Columbus.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and through you to Lisa and Julie. First of all, thank you very much for a very good presentation. It's very informative. I have a first question that I hope will lead me to what my intention is. Sometimes libraries have to close because of a lack of staff. Is there one library that closes more often than others?
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. Through Madam Mayor to the councillor, there is not one that closes more than the other. There are some times, though, that we will get a call until too close to opening time that someone that is to be scheduled at that branch might be away. So you might have one branch closing twice in short succession, but we do move staff around, and staff are trained to be at any branch and be able to serve the community and know where things are at every branch. So we do have that coverage, but we do not favor one branch over the other unless it's Simcoe. Simcoe being the largest and with the most staff, it is the least likely, but we have actually had twice this past a few months where we had to close early because the staff coming in for evening has not been able to make the shift.
Great, thank you, Julie. And so then, just to be clear, that you are, quite confident that this added staffing with these additional hours would go a long way to solving that problem.
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor. Yes.
Councillor Columbus, Renton, and then Duff.
You mentioned 174,300, and primarily that's for staffing. And then you some sentiment to technology replacement did not include any technology replacement. How desperate are you in need of this technology replacement, and how would you expect to fund that technology?
Thank you for that question. In your package, you would have a booklet, a Commonwealth Leaf grant. We have applied for this grant specifically for replacing our technologies, and I am very optimistic that we will be successful. We will know by December 15th. And that grant was quite interesting because it depended on the community's involvement and engagement with our project page, so that those you can see the need, and our community addressed that specifically. And I am looking for grants for that. And there are other grants that I am able to apply it for as they come forward that are specifically for enhancing and enriching technology. So that's why I have left that out for this year, because I'm very optimistic that I'll be successful in grants. And I'm also looking for partnerships for any of our technology as well. And yes, we're desperate for new technology.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through your staff there. Couple of things I noticed in here. You're going to go from 25.2 staff to 26.49, correct? That's what this does. Do they still, or do you use community service students? Do they still have to provide that program? The high schools?
Thank you for that. There is still a program for the community service required for students, and we certainly are quite open for students to come to do their community service in the library. We are actually activating a program called TAG, Teen Advisory Group, that teens will come to the library and or engage with the library to find out what it is they need and what kind of services and resources that they would like to have in the library. So there is that opportunity for high school students to contribute with their community service at the library if they wish.
So having said that, would that really benefit your staffing problems at times if you had enough of those types of students, I'll call them?
Thank you. It would not, because the staffing required to service our community, our trained staff, they must have a diploma, college education in library technology technician in order to use the computer systems and serve the clients at our service points. There's a education level required for a library assistant positions.
Okay, my last question here is, I used to love to frequent this museum here, library for the newspapers, but I did notice a lot of strange people that visited the library. I use the word, do you have any problems with, especially in the winter months, with vandalism or things like that? Is that an ongoing problem for you? Now, you mentioned you have 2 people in each library. What about the Simcoe Library? Does it have 2 or does it have more?
Thank you for that question. We have a policy that 2 staff have to be working at all times. So there are 2 staff serving the public, but there will be a manager or a coordinator also in the building at staff to serve as well for backup. Here at Simcoe, we do have 4 frontline staff serving the community and at the service point. But here at Simcoe, because it is where our administrative offices are, I'm often here. 2 managers and 2 or 3, if sometimes 4 of the coordinators are also here because that's our administrative offices. However, the coordinators go around to the branches. We have a coordinator that is a technology coordinator, and she teaches and instructs technology with the community once a week. The community comes to the branches to learn how to be cyber safe, how to use their tablet, why their tablet isn't working, and that coordinator goes around to the branches to support technology education. We have coordinator there is our community engagement coordinator, and she does all of the outreach. And outreach means that going to agencies and to groups that maybe not commonly use the library and work with them to have them come to the library and use library services. And she's also doing the fundraising, and she develops the programs that the community enjoys at the library.
Just as an FYI for.
And you asked about persons coming in and vandalism, etc. Once in a while, there'll be vandalism, but it's not often. It's not. It's totally manageable, and we have support of the county staff, facility staff to come, and our policing can come if there certainly is a need for that.
Board, but we don't actually tell them what they can and cannot do with their money. So there's just a lot of questions going on about staffing complements and so on. They're great questions, and it's great to have an understanding of how it works. But if you're asking from a budget perspective, it doesn't make any difference, because they could ask us for $10 to do these 5 things and end up doing another 5 things with it. So just wanted to make that known. Councillor Duthie, then Huffman.
The volunteer facilitator position is grant funded for 6 months. You're looking for the additional 6 months. Is your intention then that that position will be done at that period, or it will become a full-time equivalent?
Thank you for the question. It will take the work that the volunteer facilitator coordinator has achieved and move it forward, and it will be ongoing, not to end at the end of 6 months. It is to continue the work of that position, and it will be a permanent position. Thank you. Thank you for that question. We do have, there are interdepartmental charges. We do pay the county for a level of the facility management, but we do have a person that when a door needs to be fixed, the small things, and that's an understanding and arrangement with the county. And we are working with Al Menzies, the CAO, and county departments on memorandums of understanding, so we have a clearer picture of exactly what our responsibilities are, and also what we're paying for, because we do pay the departments for their services such as payroll and HR, IT facilities.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you very much for answering all of these questions. Even though some of them don't really have a say, as the mayor mentioned. I just wanted to say that our libraries are more than just a place to get books, and for people who don't use them on a regular basis, have no idea how they have evolved into a hub of a social aspect for many of our more at-risk community members. I also want to say that as a first-time grandparent, I am back using the library with my 15-month-old granddaughter, and it's amazing. So thank you very much for the service that you and your staff provide to our community.
Through the mayor, to the councillor and all councillors, thank you very much, and thank you everyone for your ongoing support of the library.
Well, I guess that's a great note to end it on. Shut the questions down. Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Okay, thank you for coming today. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation as information. Moved by Councillor Michelle, seconded by Councillor Berry. All in favor? That is carried. That is a wrap on our deputations. So if we're looking to send any direction to staff concerning any of those, now is the appropriate time. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm assuming this would be a motion to direct staff. And I would make the request that the staff bring a report to our budget meetings in January regarding the status of our membership with this core organization.
Counselor Berry. Seconded by Counselor Berry. Any discussion, debates? Seeing none. All those in favor? That is carried. It'll come forward at budget. That's great. That's one deputation. There were 3 others. Counselor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe CAO could answer what happens if there is no special request? Like those are all standard things. Are they already built into the 2023 budget and we look at it at that time? Like I'm assuming these requests are for something out of the ordinary that didn't pop up today.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the way we're envisioning this is as these deputations come forward and make their requests, staff will be adding it to the base budget for council's consideration in January. At that time, you'll see some line items concerning each one of these asks, and council can make further decisions on exactly what you want to add or what you want to remove out of the base budget.
You don't have to endorse or move any budget changes today, but if you heard something outside of the regular budget request, if you want staff to consider it at budget, we're moving motions now, giving staff that direction to go ahead and add what that looks like at budget for debate at that time. Councillor Van Passen, then Columbus.
Madam Mayor, if that is the case, I would like a little bit more information on that request by the BIA for the by law enforcement officer position that they want to reestablish, and get some background on the historic use of that commissioner and potential or what our staff opinion of the need for that is. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
I was just thinking that we should probably move all the rest of them to further budget discussions in January when we discuss the levy. I'd also like to know if we have a percentage increase right now of where we are in the budget discussions with respect to the levy. Is it 9%? Is it 0.8? You know, do we have a handle on that? I haven't seen lately. I've heard rumors.
Okay, so I'm going to pretend I didn't hear Councillor Van Passen's earlier motion, and I'm going to go with Councillor Columbus's motion to move all of the information we heard today, give staff the ability to bring it back to us at budget. We'll debate it at that time, unless there's any objections to that. Is that okay, Al? Okay. All right, is there a seconder for Councillor Columbus? Councillor Michelle? All in favor? That is carried unanimously. It'll come back to us at budget. So thanks to council and the community for the deputations. And then Councillor Columbus, you want to pose that question to staff. They might not have an answer for you with we've only done a portion of the capital and I'm not sure that they're done the remainder of the budget, but do we have a...
Through you, Madam Mayor, staff continue to work on what that levy number is looking like. Council will remember that in the summer we were projecting about a 9% tax increase. Staff were continuing to work to try to bring that number down while identifying all of our current pressures. So the number remains a work in progress, and we will have that number to you right before the holidays, I think, as part of your package that you will take home for the holidays to start reviewing the draft budget and then come prepared for January deliberations.
Further to that motion we've just passed, staff, how do you plan to present that? Can we do that as, we'll do with the above and beyond their additional request? Can that come forward like an NBI? Can it be clearly identified? I'm assuming we have the normal BIA budget already in the budget, but then they've asked for an additional, I can't recall, 14,000 or 24,000. So can that be identified on a separate sheet? So it's just very clear for us? Okay, thank you.
For you, Madam Mayor. So staff are meeting tomorrow, once again, to finalize what that presentation to council will look like. But the way we're envisioning right now is you'll have building blocks that get up to the levy increase, and you will see specific blocks of pressures, and you will see some of these deputations as what impact that has to the overall net levy.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. We have one communication item listed on the agenda, which is item 5.1. It was the information memo, the 2021 financial statements for Linwood Arts. Kathy, are you speaking to this? Sorry, the staff information memo. Yes. Kathy, would you please speak to the staff info memo? Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, members of council. Sorry about that. I didn't realize we were on that section, but this is just a very quick information memo as part of the requirement of the Linwood Arts Center to present council with their financial statements. And this is their financial statements for 2021. I don't believe there's anything, staff reviewed it also, and we had no questions at that time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions to Kathy on that? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the communication item as information? Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Staff reports and discussion items. We're going to go all the way down to Operations Division 8.4. So we've got the Memorial Bench Policy, which is Ops Report 22-050. Mr. Cridlin, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the memorial bench policy, I will be brief here. It's been a long day for everyone. This report is a bit of a housekeeping report, I will call it, and stemmed from earlier debate this summer with the previous council on the memorial benches in Port Over on the federal pier. So at the time, staff were questioning, what is our policy memorial benches? What is our procedure? And with the reorg and a lot of staff changes in time, it was recognized that we needed to develop a policy on these memorial benches. So what staff have put together is a very basic policy. I think you can get in a lot of details with policies like this, and the deeper you go, the more staff time and resources that are needed. So the highlights of the policy are basically, if you have folks who want to honor loved ones that passed away, have the option of purchasing a bench which comes with a plaque, or just purchasing a plaque, and then the plaque could be put on any county-owned bench that they choose. The installations will take place twice a year, so people will be put on a list, and the policy sets out the dates that staff will put the bench in or the plaque on. User fee is being worked on with our finance staff. They were a big part of this report, working with op staff, and I think tonight, originally, the user fee report was to come tonight. That's why this report's on, but it will be next week, I'm told, and I think the plan or the idea tonight is just to have council look at the policy, look at the concept, and then we'll put it into the user fee next time. We've also, the policy touches base on the issue we had before was some of these benches we had for basically ever. And we've put a 10-year basically capital or closure on these. So if after 10 years a bench is in tough shape, it will be removed and taken out of the Norfolk County inventory. And after 10 years, if the bench is still in good shape and still acceptable, it can be left in. Staff have also recommended that within the first 2 years, if there are some vandalism out there, that a bench is damaged or by nature, that the county would replace the bench. And as with any policy, staff have reached out to different local municipalities to get an idea what they do. Policies, again, are set to change and can change as years go on. They're a bit of a fluid document. And we think this policy, I do call it a basic policy, but does give staff direction in the future for any calls that they get with requests for memorial benches. So with that, I'll turn it over to County Council for any questions they may have, and I have a team of finance folks behind me that can explain some of the numbers and user fees and things if necessary. So with that, I will turn my mic off so somebody else can.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions of staff? My only question is, in Port Dover in particular, people really want benches on the water and we're running out of real estate. So what happens in that situation?
Very good question, Madam Mayor. You're correct. The policy states that we're going to try to give people their first location for memorial bench. But however, I think we have saturation, in my opinion, along the pier and Market Street there. So what we're going to do with those benches are basically grandfathered. They were put in through the foundation. We don't intend to remove those and allow other benches. So I think that unless somebody requests that a bench be moved and open one. And other than that, we're just going to try to come up with as many ideas within parks, trails, cemeteries, and try to sell folks that all kinds of options. And in the end of the day, if it's not a location they don't want for their loved one, it's going to be unfortunate, but we think we're going to offer enough locations that they'll be able to pick and choose. Best we can do that one, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great. Does anyone want to move staff recommendation or propose an alternative staff recommendation? Councillor Van Andrieschie, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. OPS 22056, dog park user fees. Mr. Criblin or response?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start. And again, this being a user fee was, we thank our finance staff as well for the help they give us in this. Again, during the budget deliberation of 2021, some of the members that were on council then will remember Port Dover residents coming to council wanting their dog park moved forward in the budget. I think it was originally budgeted for 2027, 28, and they wanted it built in 2022. So what council did at that time had, I think, some really good debate on dog parks and how we move forward. And at that time, council had asked the group, I believe it was for $12,000 to be raised with the group. So the dog park in Port Dover could move ahead a number of years earlier or sooner. And the group was successful in raising the funds, and the dog park was installed this summer. The big cost with putting dog parks in is basically just the fencing. And that led to a little more debate, I think, with council on how do we handle dog parks in the future, because we do have a request for Port Roan and a request for Delhi for future dog parks. And council wanted a staff report back through finance and ops on how, could we come up with a user fee for dog parks? And that's what this report is. So staff have put together 4 options. First option we looked at was the additional fee when purchasing an annual dog tag. Report spells and numbers with our bylaw folks on how many folks do apply for a dog tag. And we thought it may be an option to, at the time of your dog tag sale, throw a few dollars on. There's pros and cons to every option we put out. We didn't recommend this option. Not everyone, for a number of reasons, not everyone gets a dog tag. Somebody may get a dog tag and not use a dog park, so they want to put the extra dollars in. The report spells out that. Option 2 was a membership program, and that caught staff's interest at first because I think it's Brant County. I didn't author the report. I'm just presenting it here. They had a membership program, but it was the more we talked with those staff members, it was very administrative heavy and tracking who was in, who was out, very staff intensive. So we're not recommending that one. Option 3, which we came up with and decided we would recommend, was just basically trying a donation at each park. So we'll wait. This will work. We thought originally about putting up just a box where folks could put in the donation they wish on, and I think working with our IT department of finance, we fine-tuned that enough. It's not a great idea to have money sitting in parks, not a great idea to have staff going every day or every other week to take the money out. So this would be a computerized QR code, very similar to our paid parking that we had. So then the money would come back to the county that way. I think the benefits of that is we're not forcing anybody to donate to a dog park because we already have 3, one in Waterford, Simcoe, and now Dover, and they haven't had to pay before. And the upside is we feel we will get some donations. People feel strongly about their dog parks, and if they've spent lots of time there, we feel we'll get some money, which will help offset the capital costs of future parks. And status 4, which staff mentioned, is basically do nothing. And I think the problem with that is staff council wanted to see some ideas, and also status quo doesn't do anything to bring more revenue in for dog parks. So we did reach out to 25 area municipalities. We did not hear back from every municipality. We heard from the grant folks. They have the membership, and everyone else seemed to stay with no dog fee for a dog park, just for the fact, or no user fee, just for the fact that they're very hard to collect the revenue, very hard to supply bylaw on who paid and who didn't. So I think with that, staff are recommending number 3, trying a donation-based funding assistance option, see where we come with money. And again, we can always come back to council in a couple of years and say it flopped, or, you know, we're making X amount of dollars. There's not a lot of capital. The big part in dog parks is the original capital for the fencing. Other than that, it's grass cutting, which we would have to do anyways. It's some garbage pickup. I think staff has said for the 3 parks we have, we're probably about $5,000 a year additional on the levy that we spend on dog parks. So with that, I'll turn it over to any questions county council may have.
Questions to staff? Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I like the idea of the donation and however you want to do it. So there's no money there. I think that would work out well, I think. And I think you're right. People that like their dogs and like their parks will contribute to help out. Thanks. I'll make that a motion.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Columbus, any debate, discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, we have proposed 2023 new budget initiatives up next, which is report CS 22-196. Kathy, Interim General Manager of Corporate Services, can you introduce the report for us?
Thank you, Mayor Martin and members of council. The report before you tonight is a number of MBIs presented for council's consideration, similar to the MBI that the library board has identified. SLT, which I'm sure Chris to my left here will be going in a little bit more detail, but we have gone through a very diligent, comprehensive review of all department requests, and they will be included in your budget binders, so you'll be seeing all of them, but SLT has chosen to move forward to present the following ones to council. And this is also for the rate supported operating budget and the levy supported operating budget. That I'll pass it over to Chris Everett, who has done a lot of work pulling this together for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, and through the mayor to council. So as Kathy kind of outlined here, this report puts forward the new budget initiatives that are planned to be included in the proposed rate and levy supported operating budgets in January. So the report goes through and outlines the process that staff went through to identify the needs within the corporation, and ultimately worked through that lengthy list to identify a top list of corporate priorities. And those are recommended by the senior leadership team. The full list of initiatives created as a brainstorming exercise is included in attachment 4 of the report, so you'll see it's quite lengthy. But the plan is also that will form the basis of this process in future years because we will have some initiatives pre-identified. The list was then further refined through several meetings with the senior leadership team, including prioritization exercises that ultimately led to a more reasonable list for which draft business cases were prepared. Those business cases not recommended to move forward because of significant budget pressures for 2023 are also included in attachment 3 for reference, just noting that they are definitely draft because at some point we kind of moved on from those. And then as well in attachments 1 and 2, those outline the recommended rate and levy initiatives respectively. So there are 2 recommended for the rate budget, and these include preventative maintenance programs as well as additional project management capacity for capital projects. And so for 2023, the total rate requirement impact would be $894,000. And on the levy side, there are 4 initiatives recommended to move forward for a total levy impact of $518,000 or 0.5% on the total levy. So these include an information and privacy coordinator, a Build Norfolk initiative, which is for development resourcing, managed IT security services, and as well as the asset management program. So we brought this report forward to give council additional time with the business cases prior to the budget deliberations, just so there's an opportunity to ask additional questions or seek additional information before we get to that point. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of staff? Councillor Columbus.
Well, if nobody has a question, I've got one here, and I don't know where it is in this package because it was a monumental exercise to read through this. But where are we with the heritage and culture placement to keep all of our museums open to the public rather than just warehousing artifacts? Is it your main line of thinking here, or is it somewhere on the back pages? I did read about it, but where are we with that proposal?
Through the chair to the counselor. I'm just looking for the page now. It is listed in attachment 4 to the report, I believe, as one of the many items that were considered across the corporation for needs at the current time. So a curator position was included in that list. And I'm just confirming the page here. 82? Or page 82. So it is, unfortunately, it is not in the short list of what made it to the top of the recommendations at this time.
So my question is, when can we add it so that all museums are treated equally? Can it be added in January? Or, I mean, staff admitted it, and I think there's probably some of the priorities, especially with engineering services, I think that could be taken out and perhaps traded for some of these other items.
Chair, I think that's, I'm assuming the direction that we're looking for today as part of the overall consideration of the report, or if there's any, I don't know if we're going to get into how council might consider, or if there's any motions or directions for what's considered in January that's different than what's in the report. Back over to Kathy.
Thanks, Brandon. Yes, the purpose of this information is to get all the information in front of council prior to the budget, so you have time to review, ask questions, form some thoughts, etc. Most definitely, any of these proposals that are included in this package will be in our package come January, and you will be able to, at that time, to deliberate and bring forward any new budget initiatives at that time.
Okay, so in our report here today, what we should be discussing, if you have questions of staff, on page 30 of our report, which I don't know what page that is for staff, there are new budget initiatives listed. So if you have questions about those specific new budget initiatives that staff have put forward for us to discuss and debate at budget. Now's the time to dig into them and be aware of it. Councillor Michelle, was your hand up first? And then Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to ask for some clarification on that. So we are only going to be looking for those additional new budget initiative positions that are not in the actual pages of our agenda, but rather in that report where we just read about the museum curator. Is that correct?
No, I mean, technically, if you want to give direction to add ponies, you can do that too, but I think staff have endorsed what they believe. So if there's something down there that you want more information on, or then, yeah, you can bring it up. And I guess we would just make a motion similar to what we've done with the deputations to have it come forward at budget. But I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but the purpose of the report is to dig into also the NBIs that are listed from staff. And sorry, Councillor Van Passen, I already had Councillor Breton ahead of you, but now I'm going to let Al speak.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the intent tonight is to provide council with this wholesome listing of staffing's recommendations in regards to our recommended NBIs. What we provided for council is for your additional information or NBIs that were identified but not prioritized due to budgetary constraints. And then sort of that wish list, which is on those various schedules, that was an initial sort of, if money wasn't any objective, if money wasn't something that was constraining us, what would we in an ideal world ask council for? So those are in the various schedules. So if council, when you look through that and you have some time, if you'd like to bring back some recommendations, or you can provide some motions tonight, that staff will then, on those building blocks that we will provide to you, is here's our base budget, stuff that keeps the lights on, sort of the very legislative requirements, provincial downloading, for example, staff recommended NBIs, council recommended NBIs. You'd have all that listing that would build up to what a levy increase would be. In January would be the time then where council would have that debate and start to make some adjustments and give staff direction on what you would like included and what you would like removed, or what you'd like added to the budget.
Okay, Councillor Breton, Van Passen, Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I guess the questions first in the report, page 29, and I'm not sure who's answering the question, but it says in here, about halfway down the page, financial impacts were not verified by financial management and planning. And I assume that means the figures behind each position or positions in pages 30 and 31, like you have figures there. Is that what you're referring to? So who come up with those? Just each department?
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Breton. That's correct. So the initial exercise for the brainstorming list was just departments bringing forward initiatives and kind of, I don't want to say pulling the number out of thin air, but, you know, like a reasonable estimate to throw it on the list. So we didn't vet those numbers completely because it's an exhaustive list, but anything from that's in a draft business case has gone through the finance department for review.
Thank you for that. The other question I have is, I kind of think along the same lines as Councillor Columbus, and I like to look at percentages of where I'm at, and I find a little bit disturbing that I asked a month ago, like, where we were at preliminary. I mean, the public still think we're sitting at 9%. And I like to, you know, have a hope that after we did the capital that we might be down to 3.5 or something like that. But I don't know where we're at. I still don't know where we're at with capital. But I would like to have some indication where we might be at. Surely, you know, with the rate budget coming up too, like, staff must have some, even if it's not a fixed figure, a preliminary figure as a percentage. Anyways, I threw that out. The second thing I'd like to ask, I noticed in some of these jobs that have been requested or positions that everybody's hired as a manager. Does anybody do the work, or does somebody actually do the physical part of it, or do we just hire a manager? How does that relate?
So if I may, through you, Madam Mayor, so I don't think every position that's being recommended is a manager. In fact, pretty sure there's not that many. You have some that are project managers that are managed, that are hired to specifically manage capital projects. You have some coordinators, you have a various range of staff that are being asked of this council to be approved. I can tell you that part of that sort of rationale and that review that happens at senior management is a review of the organizational chart. It's a review of the actual business requirements. It's a review of whether or not we can share some of those responsibilities. Can we add some of those job tasks to existing staff? So it is not something that's taken lightly when you have an NBI in front of you asking for additional staff member. Rest assured that those requesting those additional staff members have been grilled. We've asked for considerable due diligence, considerable analysis on the business case, and it wasn't just willy-nilly put in here for a recommendation. It was a response to the actual business needs to continue on to delivering services at the current service levels for the most part. And it's a reflection of what it takes to run this organization with the business needs that have been identified.
Thanks for that, Al. To play devil's advocate a little bit here, I think the former term of council has cut a lot of positions, and the last thing that this council heard was that we were looking at a preliminary 9%, and then there's NBIs that come forward with 13 FTE. So I think that's why today we need to dig in, ask the questions about it, fully understand the positions, because there are business cases put forward. And then that'll give us perspective as well. If there are council NBIs that we're putting forward, then we've spent the time today talking about staffs. I didn't forget about you, Councillor Huffman. Sorry. I have Councillor Van Passen and then Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure I got this process right. We have the report in front of us that is recommending 2 new budget initiatives, 2 for the rate budget and 4 for levy budget. If we were to approve the staff recommendation, those 6 items will move off to the budget meetings in January, and we will discuss them more thoroughly, whether we want to include them or not include them. And there's also this list as part of the background document of all the other little things that staff did look at and didn't have the nerve to bring forward as a new budget initiative. Now, also my understanding that if any councillor would like to have one of those issues from that list brought forward in January, now would be the time to add it to the staff recommendation or as a separate motion that it be brought as a new budget initiative in January, and we can get a more fulsome report like we have with these in January on those individual items. But I'm not sure if everybody's prepared to do that, but I suppose we could, this budget committee will be coming to council yet in December, right? So they would have the opportunity to make that request at that time if they want to do a more thorough review of all the little items that they missed. Is that possible?
Yeah, any member of council has the ability to add whatever they'd like to the budget by way of a motion. So yes, I think that that's fair. We come back December.
Through the mayor, there are not any more budget meetings in December, but we have a CIC on the 13th, and December 20th is when these minutes from today would be approved.
So it's probably best to do it today, but as chair, my preference would be to go through the staff listed, ask your questions about the NBIs that staff are endorsing, and then we can go through the remainder of the list if that's what everyone would like to do. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I just wanted to clarify, there was an issue that I brought to the attention of Mr. Cridlin and our CAO a couple weeks ago, a week and a half or so ago. And I was informed that there was a meeting about it and there would be some issue or something resolved. So if it goes the way that I want it to go, it would require an NBI in terms of staffing for the concession booths and in the arenas in Norfolk County. So that's not on here. So when do things like that get added? Pardon? No.
through you, Madam Mayor, this would be the opportune time for council member to add that motion and that consideration so we can add it to the documentation for January's budget deliberations.
Okay, I'm not prepared. I don't have anything drafted in terms of a motion. So December 20th, I'll bring it forward then. Okay. Oh, yes.
So if I may, so that the opportune time would be when the minutes from Budget Committee hit council on December 20th, the minutes would be pulled, and that would be the time where any councillors want to add some additional motions for consideration so that staff can add that to the budget deliberations in January.
Councillor Duthie, Columbus, Van Gendrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. I just want to say, I guess I have maybe two comments. First of all, this is a ton of work. So thank you for putting in the amount of time that you did to this. Perhaps it's my newness around here. I found attachment 3 to be very helpful. However, I would have liked that chart for your short list, if that makes sense, because I'm struggling to run back and forth to figure out what they are, if that makes sense. It's just a comment in terms of when we're putting it together. I'm flipping pages a lot, and I'm sure I'm missing things. So I appreciate the amount of work, but attachment 3 is very helpful. I just would like to see it with the short list.
Okay, I'm jumping in here because I want to go through the staff NBIs in the report first, and then council members can add if there are other questions or directions. Yes, Al.
So if I may, to Councillor Duthie's request, if you look at schedule number 2 or attachment number 2, I think that's where you'll see sort of a table summary of all the requests that are being recommended. That might be helpful if you want to run it through there, or you can follow it on the report.
Okay, I'm going to break it down because we're not moving forward here. So new budget initiative recommended for the rate supported operating budget is the project manager for vertical infrastructure. Now is a great time to flesh out any questions you have from staff on this particular one. And the secondary one is the project manager preventative maintenance. So same. Not seeing any questions. I have one. I just have concerns about adding the tough budget. So we keep hearing, although we don't quite know where we're at, and we haven't made any headway with any provincial funding on water, although we're still doing the work. I understand that there's gaps there that need to be filled, but I have concerns with adding the positions without really knowing what our solid plan is and where there's funding coming from water. So can I get a bit of a justification verbally from staff on why this is so critical and why now? And I give the context that in 4 years of budget, we've never sat down around this table and had this many FTEs in front of us. So maybe it's just foreign to me, but it feels very uncomfortable without additional funding commitments known.
Certainly. So through the mayor, part of that is probably me being a new set of eyes here and looking at how we conduct our business. So the FTEs that are associated with the vertical infrastructure program, they are twofold. So yes, they were to support the interurban water supply project. So yes, we do not know exactly how things are going to unfold on that front yet. As we mentioned, we're still looking at securing provincial and federal funding to help us with those initiatives. But one individual is not enough to deliver a program of that nature. On top of that, we currently have Mike King's team delivering all of our capital programs right now. So they deliver our roads, our bridges, and our water and our sewer work. Those are very different disciplines, and Mike has a very strong team, but they do not have intimate knowledge of how water and wastewater systems work outside of the road allowance. Certainly putting pipes in the ground, they do a great job at that, and they're doing the best they can on our wastewater treatment plants and our pumping stations, but that is a completely different skill set that we do not have the resources here for. So the thought was bringing in these resources and putting them under Mariana's program, which would be expanded from just interurban water supply to also include the upgrades at the Port Dover plant, the Port Rowan plant, the upcoming upgrades on the wastewater plant at Simcoe, and all those other vertical infrastructure programs that we have. So it's not purely for the interurban water supply. It's certainly a help for that, but it's also all of the other ongoing work that we have.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. And then when maybe this is a question for Brandon, but I certainly value Mike and his team, and I think he gives excellent customer service even to the council members on projects. So I'm all for giving him additional support. I think that there's been big improvements since he's joined the team. But this question to Brandon, when we look at the Build Norfolk, is there not some resources there that can be taken off of Mike and his team's workload if that NBI goes forward?
To the mayor, in the past, we have looked at, as part of the efficiencies that we are doing, whether or not there could be any positions repositioned within that overall group to help, whether it's with development or vice versa. And it's been determined that's not necessarily the case. I believe what's proposed here with the rate is to work with the project director on the macro scale projects. Mike's group does include the development engineering side, and I think they're two different, not entirely different worlds because they're connected, but two different worlds in terms of what's proposed here.
Okay, thank you. And then, yeah, just one. Okay, and then Build Norfolk, I would also like to jump into, but that means I jumped over information and privacy coordinator. If any members of council have questions about that one. Seeing none. Build Norfolk. 7 new FTEs. Obviously, this is part of the changes concerning the provincial legislation that has been downloaded to us. So now we need to keep up and ensure that we're not losing money by issuing permit refunds. But how are we so confident to say that it's a zero levy impact? How are we building out that study? Is it just based on our last year worth of permits and applications that have come in? How are we confident that it's not going to impact the levy?
To the mayor, we, as part of this NBI and business case for it, and working with the group and in finance, have looked at the primary funding source being development fees. So that involves rolling out an increase in development fees for applications, and also instituting any new fees that would be added. Particularly, it might relate to engineering. Currently, we don't have any engineering review fees. Or if a developer wants to perhaps pay forward to get a peer review of some engineering work, we don't have a consultant budget or peer review, but if we establish a fee, we might be able to do that, and that helps get things faster. There's a portion of the proposed funding source that would be from the Building Stabilization Fund towards things such as part of the development concierge position, which we've heard loud and clear from a lot of stakeholders of the benefit of that. But we can't use that as the entire source. We had looked at development charges as a source, but as we have now seen with Bill 23, development charges may no longer be a source for doing things that would have otherwise helped with our proposed project leads and studies work. And so we are proposing different development fees.
So we're confident that through the proposal of different development fees, this will be covered 100%, not on the levy, all 7 FTEs.
To the mayor, we've done some initial review of the fees, and so there would be an update to the fee bylaw that would be required for this. We're not entirely sure if would get rolled out in a couple stages or is just all at once. Here is the full new fees, but that's what we are looking at as the direction to reduce any impact towards the levy. Al, looks like you may want to add a little bit to that.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So our goal is to try to protect the levy from growth-related costs. We know that as a result of recent provincial legislation, there are going to be significant costs that the municipality will now will have to absorb. And what we're trying to do is by reviewing all of our user fees specific to planning applications, looking at new possible fees, we are trying to work in a way that will protect the existing levy and have growth pay for growth. What that may mean is that some of those developers and some of those applicants asking for submitting some of these applications will have a significant increase in their application fees in order to cover those costs. We're not going to hide that. It will be a sticker shock for some of them, but I can tell you in the discussions that I've had with some of the developers, they've been asking us to do everything we can to add additional staff to move their projects along, and they have all said that they are prepared to pay more as long as we can move things forward in a reasonable fashion. They want action. Time is money for the developers, and so this will expedite the development application process. It will hopefully have us be able to respond based on those new legislative timelines, or we will have to be refunding a lot of these fees. So the goal is to try to get as much of those costs borne by the development industry, and that growth will pay for growth. And so we are working on all those numbers, as Brandon has said. Finance is diligently working on it, but there will be a significant increase in some of those fees in order to protect our levy.
Thanks, Al. So furthermore, when the fee structure, the user fee structure comes forward, council members aren't going to have the ability to challenge reductions in those fees that we would be charging the development community, because that's going to put these 7 FTEs on the levy. So everybody is aware. My only concern with that is I really am interested to see how, I agree with that. I think that this is how we service the download, and we're not putting it on the levy, and I want to be very transparent with the public, how we're making that up. So my only concern is that I don't want the small individual to be penalized when they come in and their fees are through the roof when they want, this is a bad example, but when they want to build a deck or do whatever, get a permit for something small, like these increases, yes, there need to be increases across the board, but they also need to be scaled. We can't treat the small person coming in with a few permits the same way that we're going to increase those user fees for someone who's building a subdivision. So as long as that is managed in a way that council is going to see approval of before these FTEs get locked in.
So if I may, through you, Madam Mayor, to council. So that is a work in progress, because setting those fees assumes that we're going to get a number of applications coming in on an annual basis, and you don't know what the number of applications that are going to come in. So I would humbly submit to this council that over 2023, we will continue to do that analysis, and we will likely be in front of you refining some of those fees. We certainly hear you loud and clear in terms of staging and having a little bit of a step depending on the complexity of the application and things of that sort. But that therein lies the difficulty in trying to get this as quickly as possible as a result of the provincial timelines implemented in time so that we are able to respond early in 2023. But I don't want to give council any sort of guarantees that it's going to be 100% covered, because it'll all depend on how many applications come in and on the fees. That is our goal, is to have 100%. What we will do with this council is we will provide with you some analysis and let you know exactly what's happening. We might have to adjust it, but right now we're going to budget, and we are going to do our best to assume that 100% of those costs will be borne by the development industry. If it ends up being 95%, we will adjust it as we move along. If it ends up that we need to do some constant adjustment to those user fees, we will do it accordingly. But it is very much a work in progress as we are trying to react to a very fast changing environment based on the timelines that the province has dictated to municipalities.
Councillor Huffman, then Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I've got a million things going through my head right now. I guess one of them is it seems very risky to me. The other issue is that we're going to lose money on development charges. So I would think that if we were going to be increasing the cost of anything, it would be to bring back that revenue, not to balance off 7 new positions. There is going to have to be a cost borne by developers with Bill 23. That's a fact, because we'll be in the hole. Municipalities just aren't able to recoup those types of finances. So I just don't see, it just doesn't make sense to me. It seems like too big of a gamble going forward. So that's where I sit with it.
Counselor Barry, Van Passen, then Breton.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you two, I guess, well, I guess give you Brandon or to help. So you mentioned that there's some fees that are going to be in here that we don't currently charge. Engineering, I think you said was one. Are these new fees, or is it just that we aren't charging them, or do they exist in other municipalities? Oh, sorry.
Through the mayor, that is partially correct. There are other municipalities that have other development-related fees, such as plan review fees, engineering fees. Norfolk currently doesn't charge for some of those. Norfolk, relatively speaking, has modest development application fees compared to other municipalities as well.
Because that was one of my questions: is how are we going to compare to other? Like, are we still competitive? And it sounds like, if anything, we've been given maybe a deal, let's say, and we're not going to give that deal. So that's great. Have you or your team started to work on maybe fees that don't exist anywhere else? Like, are we going to innovate any new fees out of this? Like do we have I guess, I don't know what I'm really asking, but if we can mine some new opportunities, is that something that's on the table?
Through the mayor, I think that's something that's being investigated, I guess, with some balance and reason. And you mentioned about the competitiveness with surrounding us. We do want to be cognizant of the overall cost that it might be for an application. Is it typical to have these type of fees? We are looking at some other options. I know that through Tricia and the group, they've been investigating and having some possible looking at some fees that we currently do not have to see whether or not that would be into this mix as well.
All right, then I guess through the mayor to you and the department, I would like to say that this is the kind of stuff that I'm really interested in seeing, the innovation and the attempt to solve problems with solutions we haven't tried. So I'm all about it. I'm quite pleased to see you do it.
Yeah, and if it helps just a little bit through the mayor as well, like we've gone through a process over the last year or two of doing lean process reviews as well. So we've had efficiencies where we've reduced on average 48 days from the zoning amendment process, but we still have this situation, and we still have these timelines, we still have these potential refunds coming up. So we still need to tackle this, the issue that we have in many ways. So we're going to continue with additional lean process reviews and efficiencies. And then there's the resourcing aspect, and then there's a number of other aspects to it. But I'll just add in, overall, I think it's a good investment, because this does lead to added assessment growth, right? And it's throughout the whole process. So this is part of engineering, planning, and building all together as part of this process.
Councillor Van Passen, then Breton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I always found I could only juggle so many things at one time, but I put a motion on the floor that staff report CS 22-196 proposed 2023 new budget initiatives be received of information, and further that the proposed new budget initiative for Built Norfolk be referred to the budget committee for consideration with the proposed 2023 levy supporting operating budget. And it was split, the staff recommendation, into 6 separate motions. Let's deal with one, debate it, vote it in or out, and then go back to the next one, because we bounced back to just about every one of them and not made a decision on any of them. I would put that motion on the floor.
That's because we were in questions. But now there's a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder? Counselor Van Passen's motion, which, just to clarify, you are moving the Build Norfolk only, not privacy coordinator, not IT services. You're moving that to be debated and put to budget. Okay. Wonderful. Is it seconded by Counselor Van Andriesch? All right. Counselor Breton, I'm going to come back to you because I believe you had a question for Build Norfolk. All right, so it's moved by Counselor Van Passen. It's seconded by Counselor Van Andriesch. Is there any debate on advancing Build Norfolk to budget? My only question before I call the question would be, at what point in time this is going to go to rate? What point in time are we going to see the user fees? This is going to go to levy. But 1 minute, yes, 1 minute. First.
Through the mayor, the plan would be to bring back some draft user fee impacts at the time of the levy deliberations. And then if the initiative is approved in the budget, we would amend the user fee bylaw at a meeting after that.
Okay, so we will be able to debate Build Norfolk, the 7 FTEs, with a draft set of user fees that we'd be aware of at that point in time. Okay. Councilor Broughton, go ahead.
Yeah, and if that's staff provide all of council with an organization chart showing where these positions fit in. That's all.
Okay, it's moved, seconded. The mover and seconder are okay with the org chart addition. Any further debate? All the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, before Councillor Van Passen jumps in there, managed IT services and asset management questions to staff. Van Andriesch, then Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I don't know if I'm correct in hearing this. Is this something downloaded from the province? I'm hearing about it that a lot of municipalities are hiring someone to manage this. Is this something I'm hearing, or IT? Yeah, no, the IT management, IT, yeah, the security services.
Go ahead, Ben.
Through the chair, a lot of municipalities are doing it because a lot of municipalities are being kind of attacked or running into cyber attacks where their systems are being brought down for days, weeks, months. They're losing information. It's a real issue or a real incident where individuals are just, or companies are just getting attacked by ransomware attacks, losing information. So what this initiative does, it dedicates one person that's going to also work with a external company that will be monitoring all activity within the county's whole network and responding to any incidents that occur or any kind of concerns that could happen. So it basically eliminates any type of ransomware attack that could basically or any type of attack that could basically bring us down to have nothing operational, whether it be SCADA, whether it be any kind of connectivity. That is where there's a lot of municipalities that are running for it. So there is no actual sort of provincial standard set. There may be someday, but there's nothing. So it's all kind of, all municipalities are reacting the same way, and even federal and government organizations are reacting the same way. They're finding that they need to have dedicated resources, both internally and externally, to handle these issues that are coming through other systems.
Thank you. I truly believe this is something we're going to have to seriously look at. I know we're looking at 223,000, which is quite a bit. But anyway, at the end of the day, I'm thinking that this is something we're going to have to maybe move forward to the budget.
Councillor Duffy, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Brent. Brent, thanks for your work on this. I'm certainly aware that this is a large and prevalent issue and becoming more so with each passing day. So my question, I guess, is how are we handling this currently in-house?
Currently, we have a position that's kind of the manager of IT security and software applications. So he's and then with underneath him, we have someone that's dealing with software updates. So we're managing the best we can with a group of people, but no one is. It's kind of on the side of their desk. There's no one. So if an issue comes up that we're aware of, and to be honest, we are monitoring traffic, but we don't have an external resource that's monitoring what's all going on. So I'll be honest, there's probably things that are happening within our network now that we're not aware of. And when we see things, we do respond to them. Again, we don't have a dedicated resource that's responding to everything immediately. So we're doing our best with what we have. We have antivirus, we have protection, we have controls and policies in place where people can't just go and install specific software. So we're doing our best to mitigate where we can, but we don't really have anyone that's just dedicated to monitoring. And I'd rather have that part external anyways, because there's so much to monitor in so many areas that there could be. Every week there's a new kind of exploit that we're finding out about. So we don't have someone that's sitting there looking on the web for those exploits. So we're missing things, to be honest, but we're doing our best to curtail or take care of it as best we can with what we have as resources.
Thank you. And further to that, and Brent, I have a question on under financial impacts, and perhaps this is to Chris and finance staff, but material supplies and services. So is that then the external company that we're talking about that would handle that, which we're already paying a portion of currently?
Through the chair, no, we don't pay anyone currently, and that material supplies and services is paying an external service delivery company to provide that. Where they're gathering all that information, collecting all the information that's happening, and monitoring it and giving us alerts and making us aware of incidents or something that's going on and telling us how to mitigate those immediately.
Thank you, Brent. It's based on the amount of data that we are handling at Norfolk County, I would imagine it gives me great concern that we don't have this fully looked after. So when you're ready for a motion, Madam Mayor, I would happily move this forward because I have some concern.
I'm going to let our CAO chat, and then I do have Councillor Van Passen, and he might beat you to it.
If I may, Madam Mayor, just to add for council's information, and Brent didn't touch on this yet, but I'm going to pass it on to Brent. There's some rural insurance considerations as a result, and this is one of the reasons why we're bringing this forward. Most municipalities are now being faced with the reality that our insurance providers are either jacking up rates significantly in regards to organizations that don't take cybersecurity seriously. And you have many municipalities that have actually had their cybersecurity insurance revoked, and municipalities have been forced to add money to an insurance reserve specifically for not if they're going to have a cyber attack, but when they have a cyber attack, and they're going to have to pay some ransomware to get control of their network back. So I'm hoping Brandon can just speak to that very briefly so that council understands how important this ask is to not only our organization, but our insurance rates as well.
Thanks to the chair. Cyber insurance, we were fortunate that we signed up for cyber insurance a long time ago, so we have continued to have that in our back pocket in case of an issue that happens. However, every year there are requirements to continually keep that low, or to keep it, to be honest. And the last 2 or 3 years, we have had to do some significant investments and significantly drop lots of other work we've had to do to put stuff in place in the county, whether it be multi-factor authentication, whether it be training of staff on cybersecurity. There's so many things that we've had to implement, and not to say that we wouldn't have done it. It's just I think our time frame would have been years versus months or days or weeks. Even to keep that cyber insurance low, or even to keep that policy. Even now, this year, we've had some recommendations that they have had put forward that they would like to see, even to give us a quote. So we're working on that. I think we can't even get a quote for renewal until next week, until we've added a specific piece of software to a certain server that we have. So there's certain requirements that they have come into, and it's been a real challenge. Not to say that we're not willing to do it. It's just we have to stop, and we have to find time to do it, and we have to put that investment in. So that is a challenge as well, but we definitely need to keep this insurance because it is valuable to have. And I do know of other municipalities that have tried to get cyber insurance and are not getting it. They're being denied. It's just not open to everyone anymore.
Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Well, I didn't really have my hand up on this one, but I'd be happy to second Councillor Duffy's motion to move it to January, and let's deal with it then. We've got our answers to our questions, and let's move on to the next one.
Perfect. Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Asset management. Any motions? Councillor Brett.
Question for somebody on step through you. I recall a couple of weeks ago when we were dealing with various departments, there was a lot of staff vacancies in all areas. And my question is, was this not one of the vacancies previous for asset management? So, and if so, was that already in the, I think I asked the question, was the funding for those, this department or this position already in the 2022 budget? So is it new or is this a carryover?
So through the mayor, this is a new request. So yes, we do have an asset management team right now. We do have a manager of that group, which is currently vacant and has been vacant for quite some time. The way that portfolio is currently structured has made it very difficult to fill that position. What you see in front of you today is the request for a technologist to support that group as well, looking at doing the data analysis and the data mining to support the asset management plan, as well as a request for consulting dollars to help with the overall development of our asset management plan. This is not your condition assessments on our facilities. This is the high-level asset management plan for our core and non-core assets, as well as determining levels of service that this council will pick for all of our assets built into our future capital plans.
Any further questions, or is there, oh, sorry, Councillor Denny, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, just a question, I think perhaps to finance staff, but on salaries and benefits, we're saying 99,200. Where are those? Is that based on what that position is being paid in other places? Where is that sort of number coming from? And I guess I asked the question because I've heard several times that we are underpaying in certain areas of Norfolk County. So is this based on sort of industry standard, or well, where's it coming from?
I can start and then finance can talk about the nitty gritty of the dollars, but this is on par with what we have for other technologist level positions in Norfolk County. Is it aligned with what industry standards are? I would say no. In general, we pay those levels of position lower than what our surrounding municipalities pay, but it is consistent with what we have for other technologists within our corporation.
Councillor Clemes.
Well, it's unfortunate that we have not had this asset manager position filled, but the question with respect to the technologist, what are the repercussions if we do not hire this position?
So through the mayor, so right now we are not compliant with provincial legislation for having an asset management plan in place. Council did adopt an asset management policy, but we have not yet adopted our plan for our core assets. Shortly on those tails is the asset management plan for our non-core assets. And then after that, the council determination of those levels of service. So the risk if we do not fulfill our obligations is we will not be compliant and we would not be able to secure any provincial funding moving forward for our programs. This is one of the prerequisites that do have a council endorsed and adopted asset management plan. So it's something that we have to do if the resource is not supported. We'd have to look internally and look at another service that we would not provide in order to make sure that we meet this, because this is a regulatory requirement.
Are we moving the suggested staff recommendation? Councilor Van Passen. Seconded by, we're sending it to budget, Councilor Van Andrieschie. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, so we have done Build Norfolk, we've done asset management, and we've done IT security services. We have information and privacy coordinator left, and the project manager, vertical infrastructure, and project manager preventative maintenance. Hoffman?
Thank you, Mayor Martin. May I make a motion that we move the staff recommendation and we put those all in budget?
Sure, just the remainder of those positions as listed previously in the motion to the appropriate budgets. Okay, is there a seconder? Councilor Berry. Discussion. All those in favor? That they all went after all. Okay, thank you. Now I guess here's an opportunity if there were, because I cut you off earlier, the shortlisted items that staff have put forward. If there's anything you want to send to budget, let's hold off on the questions now. We'll give staff the direction that you want it to be sent to budget. Councilor Brunton, then Michelle, then Columbus.
Well, I'm not sure when I made that addendum to Councillor Passen's motion, if that only referred to, I asked for an org chart where all these positions are going to fall in line and so forth. But did that motion only apply to the 7 positions? Okay, well, could I ask for that? I'll make a motion to ask for it for all these positions. I'd like to see how it fits into the org chart. Thank you. No, I'll make that motion.
Councilor Huffman seconding, Councilor Michelle seconding, Councilor Michelle was seconding. All those in favor? Get that at budget, staff, that's okay? All right, thank you, Councilor Breton. Shortlisted items. Sorry, Councilor Michelle, then Columbus.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I guess I'm just going to start with this question. All of these additional items are all actual positions that we're dealing with. We are, if I understand correctly, we are also able to ask about other items that could come forward to those January budget meetings, correct?
So it's my understanding that any member of council, by way of a motion or notice of motion, preferably, can add whatever they would like at the budget, to the budget, giving staff time to put information together and return it to us. So I'm going to look at how Teresa would like it that handled.
Through the mayor to council. So I think what would be the most appropriate at the budget meeting would be if any of the NBIs, because that's what we're dealing with right now, is something council wants to bring forward, then you would put a motion on for one of these NBIs that didn't make the report list. If it's not on that list, it would be appropriate for you to make a notice of motion and bring that forward either at CIC or council to be bumped to that list. I think that would be the most appropriate place. We didn't really leave an open-ended discussion in this report on NBIs, so unless council wants to waive their procedures and allow a open dialogue on NBIs at this time, it might be more appropriate to do it through notice of motion.
I think before we started this report, we did say that the shortlisted items were up for discussion. If it's not on the short list, I think it's only fair to give colleagues and staff the notice of motion. But I would also use my privileges as chair to interject right now and say we have never had a budget with 13 FTEs included and then have counselors add their own NBIs consistently. So, I mean, you do what you think is best and you advocate for your ward in the best way possible. But last I heard, we had a 9% increase.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In that event, then I will confer with staff over the next few days, and if I feel it's still appropriate, I'll bring forward a notice of motion to the next CIC. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michelle. Councillor Columbus, then Duffy.
Well, I too was going to include the curator position for heritage and culture under a new budget initiative brainstorming list. But I guess what I'm understanding now is it's got to go through a notice of motion. Is that right? Oh, I'm okay. Okay, well, it was the brainstorming list. It's pretty confusing here. So I would like that moved up for consideration at the January levy talks. It's on page 82 of 197 pages. And yes.
Thank you. So moved by Councillor Columbus. Is there a seconder to send the curator position to budget for debate and discussion? Councillor Huffman? Is there debate or discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of sending that position to budget for discussion? And opposed? Okay, it's carried. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I I would also like to bring forward the NBI that's just above that on page 63 of 197, Economic Development Officer of 1 FTE for consideration on January.
Moved by Councillor Duffy. Is there a seconder? Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And opposed? I don't know if that was carried or not because there were 2 people who didn't vote. All those in favor? And opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're moving along. Thank you, everyone, for the good discussion. Let me just find my notes where we're at here. Yes, Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
We did miss the 2 from the original staff recommendation that were from the rate supporting budget.
And I didn't read the motion, but I looked at Teresa and said, as printed previously. It's been a long day. Okay, we are, I'm back onto Councillor Huffman here because she has a notice of motion. And while Councillor Huffman's getting ready here, if we want to consider this motion at today's meeting, we need a 2/3 majority vote. If council does not wish to consider it today, the notice of motion will be brought forward at the December 20th council meeting for consideration. Obviously, the benefit to passing our motion today, if you believe in it, is that staff have more time, but I will pass the floor over. So sorry, I guess do we want to, Teresa, should we hear her motion first or, okay. We'll listen to your motion and then we'll decide if we want to give it a 2/3 majority. So we'll get it ready on our screens.
speaking towards it? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor Martin. I'm bringing forth this motion after having, excuse me, several discussions with staff and in reaction, not reaction, but in preparation of dealing with Bill 23 as well. That has played a part. Also, last year, we put into the 2023 budget the secondary plan for Waterford, and that was moved to 2024 by staff. I feel very strongly that we need to not just get Waterford's done in 2023, but Simcoe and Delhi all finished. This works well with the MBI of Brandon's department. It's in the budget already, and I'm just supporting. So looking for, do you want me, everyone's read it. You don't need me to read it out. And so that's what I'm speaking towards, feeling very strongly that we need to have these secondary plans in place. We've got the growth management study, and we need to be prepared. And as you all know, we just, again, this is a couple weeks in a row where we've had developments coming into Waterford, and not little piddly developments, large ones, 68 house subdivisions, stacked condos, and we've got some other ones coming as well, many more. So that is my notice of motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Huffman. So for clarity, is your notice of motion just asking that we specifically endorse the project lead, which is one of the 7 FTEs included in Build Norfolk? Did I understand that?
Actually, yes, that would work quite well. Yes, it's a conjunction. I was doing the notice of motion, and then staff were kind of doing their own. So this is in support of that project lead. Yes.
And that is the in-house position that's able to work on consultation studies. So we're not bound by terms of references and so on by hiring a third party. Okay, I understand. Okay, so we need Councillor Huffman has a motion to waive the procedural rules of order to hear this as a motion today. That only passes if there's a 2/3 majority. So she's moved that motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Van Andrieschie. All of those in favor to hear her motion today? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, so we have the motion moved on the floor. Is there a seconder? And I'm going to just, after there's a seconder, take a second and read it again. Councillor Duffy, thanks. If anyone wants to jump in and debate, go ahead now. Otherwise, I want a moment to just reread it again. Okay, hold on.
Through the mayor, if I may, it would probably be in the best interest of the public to read it out as well, just for accessibility perspective, sure. So whereas it is the role of local government to build community sustainability and resilience, and whereas sound planning initiatives aid in the ability to effectively balance economic, social, cultural, and environmental interests, and whereas it is important to achieve a meaningful growth plan for the community of Waterford, that the new budget initiative regarding Build Norfolk resourcing be supported for inclusion by staff in the upcoming 2023 operating budget delivery, and that specifically the proposed project lead planning position be supported for inclusion in the MBI Build Norfolk resourcing that will be considered in the upcoming 2023 operating budget delivery, provided that the work program for the position includes the preparation of a Waterford plan in addition to the upcoming Simcoe and Delhi plans. And further, that capital budget forecast 2023-2032 for studies to be delivered for final approval be updated to shift funding for the Waterford plan to 2023 in order to initiate the project in that year.
Thanks, Teresa. So all of this will come back to us at budget. Brandon's nodding his head yes. And we will see dollar values with those plans.
To the mayor, the dollar values are there. So the Build Norfolk resource and the project lead is indicated there, and the dollar values are in the current capital forecast for the Waterford plan and the other plans, and they're in the proposed capital forecast that you looked at the other day, although we didn't do studies the other day, and capital studies are coming back in January, so the dollars are in there, yes.
Okay, I understand it. Is there any, Councillor Bratton?
Can you refresh me on the costs? Do you have those figures? what was it for?
And also further to that, does the reserve reduction in cost, because now it's not going out to the consultant, or are we just leveling out? I guess either way, this is going back to budget.
Yeah, through the mayor, and what you're onto is correct. So just going off of memory, I think we had budgeted $80,000 or $90,000 for a Waterford plan. However, if the Build Norfolk resource is approved, and that is the preference, is to do most of that work in-house, we could likely reduce that capital amount significantly. We'd only need to really keep about $10,000 to $20,000 to help with some of the technical aspects of the project. So essentially, that would be a reduction of the capital by having the resource to do it, which we're proposing be from development fees, which originally the capital study was going to be paid partially via development charges, if you follow that.
She also asked for Simcoe water, or Simcoe.
Simcoe and Delhi are on the books for 2023, and Waterford was down for, it was supposed to be 2023, but it got moved to 24. So putting all three on 2023 and having an in-house individual complete 3 secondary plans. 3B3. Correct, Brandon, right? Yes. Get them all wrapped up 3 in 1 year, which would be, in my mind, much less than a consultant coming in and doing them.
And furthermore, our experience with the Port Dover secondary plan, staff put out an RFP. Those staff are no longer with us. We are constricted. We must perform the duties that are put inside that RFP. And as we've been learning and growing, there are other things that we wish we could go down the road on and investigate or do more of. And we cannot because it was a consultant through the RFP. We don't have those handcuffs put on us if it's an in-house staff member. My question is this a permanent position or does it end when the studies are done?
To the mayor, it is proposed as a permanent position as we have a 10-year forecast and program. So we're going to need to update our official plan. We're going to need plans in communities. We're going to need new zoning bylaws. We're going to need ongoing efforts. So that's currently the way that it is. The proposed figures that I estimated are correct from what we had in the studies. The Delhi plan, we have 80,000 and Waterford plan, we had 90,000 that was identified. Simcoe plan, we currently is already in the approved existing amounts that we have, which I think was 65,000. So those numbers could be reduced if the MBIs.
Okay. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Van Basten.
Madam Mayor, either I'm not grasping this or I can't support this. Is this the intent to bring this to budget to be discussed then? Or is it the way it's worded now, it approves all of those things? It approves the Build Norfolk budget amendment. It doesn't just bring it forward to budget to be discussed again. It says that the new budget initiative regarding Build Norfolk resourcing be supported for inclusion by staff in the upcoming operating budget. That's not what it says on my screen in front of me. So either we reword it to be considered there, or I can't support this because we're already approving that. Like, whereas, then there is the actual action that the new budget initiative, NBI, regarding Build Norfolk resourcing be supported for inclusion by staff in the upcoming 2023 budget. That means fait accompli. Doesn't mean to be reviewed. It doesn't mean to be discussed. It means that it's done. So there's a different thing in the next paragraph that talks about the project lead, but we'll take on a whole program. think that was more the intent rather than what was it. Oh, that's it.
Alderman Norfolk Housing Corporation, Repair and Renewal Strategy and Affordable Housing Build. CS 22-105. The presentation related to this matter will be provided in advance consideration of this report. And Tyler Wayne came back because he missed us. Oh, there he is. So Tyler and Kathy, will you introduce? And then Michael and Tyler are taking over.
And my apology, I'm just chatting with Heidi about the report. So anyway, through Mayor Martin and members of council, we have here today Mr. Tyler Wayne. He was a previous employee with financial management and then planning as a senior financial analyst. He initiated this project. He has been working with Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation and a number of different individuals on the committee, including Ms. Heidi Van Dyke, Amy Banning, Rob Fleming. They have been going on for many months on working with us, and Tyler now has a presentation for council and for a proposal related to the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation Regeneration Master Plan.
Thank you, Kathy. Through the chair to mayor and members of council. So as you heard, this is a review of the Regeneration Master Plan. So the Regeneration Master Plan, you'll see as it evolves, it's a complete strategic plan filled with many pieces. So we'll touch on the supply, what our current portfolio, the current wait list, as well as a asset management strategy. It's called Repair and Renewal in the Regeneration Master Plan. A potential new build in Simcoe, and then a sneak peek at other projects as well. Now, we understand this is very complex. There's a lot of moving pieces. So obviously we welcome lots of feedback, lots of questions at the end. And in attendance today, we also have Mr. Matt Bowen, who's the CEO of the Housing Corp, Mr. Mark Poipy, who's the Technical Services Manager, and the consultant from Hairco, Inc., who completed the Regeneration Master Plan, is also attending virtually. So we're really trying to get all your feedback, all items in. But just to kind of level set, we are a 60% shareholder of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. So this is our review of that plan with recommendations on how we see it fitting for the Norfolk County taxpayer. So moving quickly, what we'll be addressing today is, this is called the housing continuum. You see it on your screen. So if you go all the way from people that are homeless on the left side to market home ownership on the far right. So the far right, I own my own home. On the left, I'm on the street, unfortunately. Where this report touches on is social housing. So as we move left to right, which we call RGI, rent geared to income. In this class, which we predominantly operate in now, tenants will pay 30% of their income to rent and utilities. The rest is subsidized. Affordable rental housing, we don't typically operate here right now, but that is a 20% subsidy. So they'll be paying 80% of the market rate. Skipping quickly to the market rate, that is just a market, general open market rate. And then while it's not specifically touched on, we do loosely touch on affordable home ownership. You'll see, I don't want to get into all the weeds yet because we have to drill down to it, but there is a proposal or a contemplation to sell some of our single and semi-detached units, which would meet the criteria for Haldeman Norfolk's home ownership program based on a price point under 400,000. So it would create a supply in the market that if an applicant was purchasing and was successful, could leverage that program. but the majority of our focus is on RGI, affordable, and market housing. So if we look, if we look at the current portfolio, we can look at it based on an income split and a split by type. So if you look on the left side, right now there is 262 units owned by the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corp within Norfolk County. Haldeman owns its own portfolio. Of those 262 units, 249 are rent geared to income and only 13 are market, which were recently acquired. There was a Del Gold Villa amalgamation done recently. So as you see, we're very heavy to the RGI, the most subsidized portfolio. And then if we look at the split by type, so right now we have singles and couples is about 78% of the units, which are 0 to 2 bedroom units. And then the family units are 2+ bedroom. So these are communities, mostly single and semi-detached homes in, there's one in Simcoe in the Oakwood and Ashton area and another in Delhi in the Banstead and Gibraltar area. The rest of them, you'll hear a new acronym, we'll learn lots of new acronyms through the process. So the multi-unit residential buildings, or MURBs, that's where the single and couples. So those are apartment style units. And if we look at the average age, we're looking at about 48 years. So of the assets we own, they're at 48 years or on average built in 1974. When we look at the demand side, you can see here the current wait list. So this was roughly September, as I'm sure you could imagine, it's an ever-evolving number. So within the total centralized wait list serving Haldeman and Norfolk, it was about 552 families or applicants at that time, 338 of which were in Norfolk. And as we look, you'll see the majority, 80% plus, almost around 85%, were 0 to 2 bedrooms, while only 15% were the family units of 3+ bedrooms. So it's very heavily indexed towards 0 to 2 bedrooms. And we also see, this was analysis done in the regeneration master plan, which was spring of last year. We see no reason why it would have changed. If not, it may have even got a bit more drastic, but it's over indexed towards Simcoe, with about 50% of those applicants being there. Delhi and Port Dover representing about 15% each. So when we look at that composition, it's no surprise, unfortunately, that a 1-bedroom apartment in Simcoe has the longest wait time. Right now, it was roughly, this is from our own local housing unit staff, about 7 to 10 years. Then seniors, this is countywide, and all other units at 4 years and 3 years respectively. So it's clear as we look at this wait list, we have aging assets and we have a long wait list. We need to take a look at our portfolio. Just carrying on, it's clear there's a problem. Now, as we look, Finance 101 always says, look at the base case. What's going to happen? If we maintain our funding, what's going to happen? So this is directly from the regeneration master plan. And what you'll see, so currently to the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, we provide $375,000 annually for capital repairs. And those typically are spent in here. At this time, there's no extra capital reserve balance. So as this was projected forward, based on capital needs of about $31.7 million, which we highlighted in the report, it becomes very clear that we start to experience issues, we'll call it. So, and I'll just back up a second. What you're seeing here is the facility condition indexes. So a facility condition index takes, if there's a backlog of capital repair work to be done, it divides that amount by the replacement value of the assets. So if you're at 0 to 5% is considered good. 5 to 10% of this is essentially work that needs to be done that hasn't got funding, isn't being done. If you're 5 to 10%, it's fair. 10 to 30% is poor, but really for these purposes, 20% is where you start to experience significant cost increases or units come out of service, at which point the units are unlivable and we cannot, as a provider, displace them. So they need an alternate solution, and that typically is costly through affordable housing benefit subsidies. And of course, if we get over 30% facility condition index, that means a third of the value of the portfolio is not done, it's in disrepair, then it's critical. So when we look at this, the dark blue line there is the total portfolio. We see that kind of around 2027, 2028 with the current funding, we start to experience challenges. And by 2035, if we do nothing, we're at a 33% portfolio weighting, FCI. So it's clear that the 375K with the age of our assets and what's to come isn't going to be sufficient. So how do we tackle this? This is where in the county context, we talk about an asset management gap. As I mentioned, the regeneration master plan is a repair and renewal strategy. So with work that ERCO and the Housing Corp team had done in repair and renewal, it was identified that if we just separate the single and semi-detached units for now, I know still a big question there, but just leave them aside for now. We need $1.225 million annually to support these assets. We're currently at $375K. So that's an $850,000 annual impact. Now, as Norfolk County shareholder, we are well aware of the burden and the issues that taxpayers are facing. So how do we tackle this? So this is the proposal that we are bringing to you of how we see we can close that gap. In the 2022 budget, there was an option that was approved, and rather than letting the savings fall out, it was contributed into a social housing reserve. For transparency, at that time, it was for new housing. That being said, as we look at that almost $383,000, our recommendation is to shift that into the capital subsidy, because I don't build new houses until I shore up my existing house. It's just, if you want to build the tower, you got to set the base. That being said, it means that there's no new housing, no money being set aside for new housing. That just means that we rely on debt grants or sale of homes, sold units, which we'll touch on when we go through the Simcoe case. But that we see as step one to get some cash quickly to the Housing Corp to start getting some of this work done. From there, we then see 5 consecutive increases of $125,000 a year. So each year, 2023, we have $125K. This is a levy impact. We have nowhere to turn. It's a levy impact. So 125K 2023, 125K 2024 to 2027, at which point we're roughly at the 1.225 million target. That being said, we have to index that for inflation. So then 4% increases ongoing, which is just the rough inflationary benchmark we use within the county for capital increases. So that's how we see getting from where we are now to closing the gap. Now, quickly touching on the chart for you, you'll see the dotted blue line. This is the key line. So that is the facility condition indexes. So as you can see, the big blue bars are the capital requirements, and they're what's driving the facility condition indexes. So you see in 2023, there's a lot of repairs anticipated. That drives it up, because our green, you'll see, is the funding. So our green bar is below the blue bar. So we have a backlog that's being created. We are doing this because we recognize the impact on the taxpayer. This is what we're seeing. Lots of discussion, spirited discussion amongst the team. We recognize there's a challenge, and it was felt that at 15%, if we could keep it there, it's manageable. But it's not without risk, just to be transparent. Now, one more point to touch on. So, well, sorry, just quickly to finish with FCIs. So you'll see generally we tried to keep it below 15%. It does still leave about a 14.6% FCI in 2035. We've just done this because we recognize the burden on taxpayers. That's it. If the original RMP was built and designed to a 10% FCI, through discussion amongst the team, obviously some different views, but we felt trying to manage to that is how we can limit the burden and reach our long-term goal. But as part of this strategy, we are also recommending a repair and renewal application with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation be pursued. So CMHC, and we'll talk about this later, they offer very favorable terms. Right now, the latest interest rate when we were doing this report was 3.28%. A loan through IO, similar time period, is much higher, over 5. So we see leveraging that. This loan allows us to try to keep those FCIs. If we took that loan out, it would reach 20% very quickly, which isn't suitable. That being said, it's a way to front load some of the work, and the discussion we had amongst the team was those payments we view as coming out of the capital subsidy. So I've mentioned it's a $271,000 annual payment for that $4.2 million loan. We said a 20-year amortization, but that funding, that would come out of the 125K increases that were proposed, because we don't want to have to come back for another ask. Okay, so that is kind of how we see shoring up the repair and renewal. There is a backlog still in 2035, but given we're facing close to a 50-year useful life, we have a bit of a high demand coming for repairs and capital needs. And the ongoing funding would stay each year. So at that point, each year it would keep working through. Now, as part of the repair and renewal strategy within the RMP, the Regeneration Master Plan, there were a few different aspects and points. There was a deep energy retrofit for the region facility contemplated. We're not highlighting it at this time. It was a total of 1.9 million, incremental funding of 1.55 million. Not a great payback. So we've left it out now because there's a total facility review and additional facility business cases to come forward. So we felt it was prudent to look at that option at that time. So when we look at the energy management plan, which for clarity and ease, we are recommending this to go forward. This is additional work of about $2.66 million, which is focused on improving the energy efficiency of the units, right? So we know the energy costs are skyrocketing. These are old buildings. These are projects that will help to make the energy efficiency of the buildings better. And the cost savings are estimated at $166,000. 16-year payback. To be honest, when I first saw it, I wasn't too excited. But as you dig in and you realize there's some that are quite low and some that are, like, let's say they're replacing windows, so replace them with energy efficient windows. And we view it is savings and it will help. And the big key here too is there are energy reduction targets, both with the county, but also CMHC looks at this. So by doing this, it opens the door to additional funds because we are reflecting a 38% energy reduction. And that drives the 166K of savings. So that's why we are proceeding or recommending to proceed with this. It's just the way we need to go. And
the funding for this was modeled in those 125K increases, but for transparency, getting that loan largely enables a lot of this work to be done as well. And as much as possible, front loading, because we know costs are increasing, and both capital wise and energy wise. Okay. So we've kind of shored up our existing portfolio. Now let's take a look forward with the regeneration master plan. So there were a number of projects highlighted. We're touching on only the major ones. And I recognize this is a lot, so I'll try to break it down and walk through each one. So if you recall the first or second slide I showed you with our current portfolio, we're operating 95% in RGI income units. What the portfolio and the regeneration master plan is doing is repositioning our portfolio to create what we call mixed income communities. So rather than a community with only rent geared to income individuals, you have in one building, rent geared to income, affordable at 80% of the market rate, and market rental tenants. We understand this is the trend, many municipalities and the way it's going. That being said, to do this, you need to create apartment style buildings. So the singles and semis that we own now are contemplated to be divested and sold. That financing largely will help to fund some of this, these initiatives, but that's the long-term view, right? So in the RMP, we have first a Simcoe new build, then a new building in Delhi, expanding the Regent Street in Port Dover facility, and converting 39 Nichols Street in Waterford to a mixed income profile. And this is phased again over many years. A lot to take in, lots of things to look at. So at this time, it's kind of just a preview, but we do want to get some feedback on views and any questions you have about shifting, because this is a big shift. We're tweaking our service offering. Now, the benefits of these units and these mixed income communities is you reduce your footprint, you have less buildings to maintain, and you also get social benefits of having all different classes in. So those are the main ones. I'm sure the team at Herco and Mr. Bowen can fill you in on all the details. But as we look, so this is how it evolves. As I mentioned, the sale of singles and semi-detached units, that would start upon approval. And that generates funding to help invest in these other builds. But if we look currently in 2022 to 2035, overall, we're increasing by 61 units. So we go from 262 owned assets to 323. This is with all of those initiatives being implemented. The affordable housing is where a lot of these come in. So we now have created by 2035, there's 60 affordable housing units, 46 market, and 217 RGI. So to be clear, our total RGI stock is coming down by 32 units. But if you break it down, 58 of those are the single and semi-detached units, which are for families, and we're changing our offering all to singles in apartment style. So 0 to 2 bedroom, mostly 1 bedroom, which if you recall on the wait list, we had the highest wait on 1 bedroom. I would love to have everything. I'd love to be able to offer everything, but we have limited dollars. We have to make decisions. So step one, if you recall, there's the sale of singles and semis and the new Simcoe site. We can link these together in large part. They're married. So we'll start going through the Simcoe site and you'll see how the singles and semi sale plays in. Okay, so to build this new Simcoe site, which was contemplated for Ireland and Decoux Road, a 48 unit mixed income community, 15 RGI units, 22 affordable units, and 11 market rental units. The current estimate to build this, which is a passive house model, so you'll hear a lot of this. Passive house is a new, very energy efficient design. It has a significant energy reduction versus existing building structures. So for a passive house design, it would be $28.8 million. But just for transparency, we did model a Ontario building code, which is 25.1 million. And we can walk you through that shortly on why we don't see that as feasible or viable an option. But just briefly breaking down the options before you for trying to build this, or for your consideration, I should say, is we have a $28.8 million total capital budget. We did a lot of kicking the tires. There's still some unknowns around grants and forgivable loans, which I'll touch on later, but we built $3.2 million into that estimate. $9 million worth of repayable loans. So I'm just walking through the first scenario right now, which would be council providing an upfront investment to help build this. $9 million was what was identified in the regeneration master plan as being funded through rents. So tenant rents can help fund that loan. Equity. So we actually have contemplated selling 36 single and semi-detached units. The RNP had identified it was about $330K per unit. So that works out to $11.9 million. And the remainder of $4.7 million would require a cash contribution. So 3.8 from pure cash, and then 0.9 million in waivers, which is across development charges, building fees, planning fees, parkland dedication, all of them being waived. So that is if the decision was, let's fund it up front, get our investment rate in year one, take the hit. The next scenario is a phased investment. So as I mentioned, we see CMHC as having a very favorable loan. For new builds, we can get a 50-year loan at 3.28%. We've modeled it at 3.5% because that extra 0.22, you may say, well, that sounds small, but it hasn't increased dramatically since we started this project back in the spring. So they have favorable terms. So what we're suggesting here is building that additional contribution from council into the repayable loan, which HNHC would issue, and then we would help provide a subsidy to fund that for an amount over 9 million. And the 0.3 million you see there is the affordable housing DC exemption, which is already approved in our bylaw. The third option, no investment, I'm not going to touch on too much. That's just not providing a subsidy for the additional repayable loan. We'll touch on it in the next slide and why there's some risks with that. And then the reduced capital cost I mentioned to you, the Ontario Building Code. So with this one, CMHC, because we don't meet energy standards, we'd have to issue through Infrastructure Ontario, or I should say the Housing Court would have to. So if we look at what that means on the financials, so right off, this is a pro forma. It's the best estimate of what we know at this time. And we can talk about some of the key levers and how we see this P&L coming. Over time, this will get refined. Construction costs will get updated, rents will move, mortgage rates will move, etc. So it's the best that we know at this time. So when we look, the project revenues are about $731,000. Largely, that is commercial rent in the facility. So the ground floor at the new facility has 3 units for commercial space, and then the 48 units. But we do also provide a property tax subsidy, which is offset by expenses. That being said, it'll be incremental revenue, so there's no levy impact to the county, and some ancillary charges like parking, things like that. So that revenue is largely the same throughout all of the scenarios. The additional subsidy, so if you recall, should we do a phased investment strategy, we need to invest 4.4 million additional dollars to, that's our portion or contribution to HNHC. That translates to $184,000. So said differently, we provide them a subsidy for 50 years with a 3.28% interest rate that helps to build the project. They issued the debt, we provide a subsidy for our portion. In the first scenario, cash, that's obviously not there, but we have a $4.7 million hit in year one. With the no support, we don't provide that subsidy. And in the Ontario Building Code, they would be funding that through IO. Now, just quickly touching on the capital replacement reserve, a lot of discussion amongst the team, very much a lot of discussion. We have used the full life cycle costing principle, right? So CMHC's hurdle rate is 4% of revenues, which is roughly $25,000. What we've done, and we outlined this in your report, I believe it's 170 of the council agenda, we used the same principle that we would use for any other assets that the county owns. We use this in the rate study. It's called full life cycle costing. So we looked, if this building has a weighted average useful life of 50 years, how much do we need to put aside each year so that when this building completely goes to rubble, and we did make adjustments for the foundation, the land, things that don't get degraded. But when we did that math, we come to $287,000. Is it a bit conservative, especially in the first few years? Yes, maybe. Will we need it right in the first 5 years? Probably not. But if we're building this building, we need to know that when the time comes for replacement, the money is there. And that is how we came up with that number. To me, it's not building a sustainable model if we don't have a strategy to fund the reserve to replace the items in that building. And the mortgage payments, as you see, $565,000, which generates a net operating deficit of $94,000. So largely driven through the reserve contribution, but some of the mixed income profile of the market and affordable rates are reducing that. So moving on, I know it's been a long day. Just quickly trying to highlight, so this is how we tried to assess the different options. Upfront investment, there's a high capital cost impact to the county, but to be honest, we need $4.7 million. As I looked at this, I'm not sure where we would pull that cash. It's 4 million cash and then another 0.9 of levy impact through DC waivers, etc. So finding that $4 million, Haldeman issued its own loan with IO and then provided that. My personal view is if we can get a favorable loan through CMHC, why wouldn't we take advantage of that? So that's where the phased investment comes in. It's still a high cost. It's actually a bit higher than just the upfront because we have interest, but it's spread over 50 years. So it's $184,000 subsidy. With the no investment scenario, I never want to say it's not possible, but the general consensus from the team is getting and securing CMHC funding will be very difficult without some indication from this council that we're behind this project. They're looking for partners. They're looking for support. And also, as you'll see, without that capital subsidy and the net operating deficit, we're looking at a $278,000 loss on the project for the Housing Corp. They have a $3.6 million budget, almost a $300,000 deficit. It's a lot to try to ask. So it probably is an ask will come back in the future if the building even gets built. And then finally, the reduced capital cost, as I mentioned, while it's a cheaper capital cost, we can't access the CMHC loan. So we would have to go through IO for a 25-year and about a 5% interest rate. So it's much more costly. And with all of that, while we recognize a $278,000 potential levy impact is a lot, it's the best scenario that we see to add units for the new build. And breaking that down, 184,000 of that is through a capital subsidy. 94,000 is the net operating impact or ongoing P&L of the facility. Just quickly, I'll just touch on this very, very quickly. This is a rough timeline taken directly from the regeneration master plan. I'd say it's aggressive, but even if a decision was made today, it wouldn't, which we're not asking at this time, but it within even Q1, it would be 2026 occupancy. So it takes time. And the key that I want to highlight is $1.5 million in cost is required to reach a shovel-ready state. The reason I highlight that is because if you get this project into a shovel-ready state, it opens the door to potential. I wouldn't say it completely opens it, but it opens a lot of avenues to provincial and higher level government programs. They're looking for shovel-ready projects that can hit the ground running and be put in place. So that is why it's key. And this funding is actually it would be funded, the financing for this would come from the sale of homes, should that decision be made. And that's why we're proposing that to get your feedback today, but also if there's alignment, we would come back with a sale of homes business case, because that's how we fund this project. Okay, so I won't go through line by line, but just briefly, if we look up and see the bill, the first line here is the repair and renewal. So these are the 125K increases for 5 years. So you see that's the 0.1% each year, totaling 0.5 cumulatively. And I would remind you there's a $382,800 reallocation from our reserve contribution to HNHC capital subsidy. There are modest savings for transparency, given the way utility costs are inflating. Will these actually be able to translate to a reduced operating impact to HNEC? It's unlikely, but those do reflect savings and reduced cost to the corporation. And then finally, think of the new Simplio site more as year one. So the DC waiver of 300K will be 0.3% on the levy. That's a one-time cost. And then the second 0.2%, so that's 184K for the capital subsidy. And the 0.1 is the net operating income with the P&L as we see now. If additional grants come on, as the facility is teased out for capital costs, these could be tweaked a bit, but with the best info we have now, that's what we see. So I did just want to highlight that the DC waiver and the debt support, the 0.3 and the 0.2, we are saying those should be, they would need to be levied when the project is approved, because that's per our financial policy. The actual DC waiver would be payable when a building permit is approved, at which time we're proposing if it all is going ahead, we would have that money in a reserve and then flow it to the exemption at that time. And the debt support would be flowed when payments actually start. So after the Housing Corp issues that. But we're saying this was a financial policy shift we made the last council, but when the decision's made, we need to start levying the funds to prevent it shifting. But I just wanted to be clear. So what we are asking from you today, just to try to wrap this up, is alignment on the repair and renewal financing strategy. So that was to include as an NBI. And then any of your questions, comments, any areas, we know it's a lot to take in, the new build business case and the sale of single and semi-detached homes, which a separate report outlining that strategic. If there's appetite to move down that road, a separate report can be brought forward. And as you know, $12 million of the Simcoe new build is based on that assumption. So we obviously want your feedback and input. And then finally, if you'd like, so as I mentioned, there's the Delhi new build, Port Dover Regent Street facility, and the 39 Nickel Street conversion. So we can decide how we want to bring those back. Ultimately, these are tough decisions. There's a lot of demand and a lot of dollars. So we just want your feedback and to walk through it with you. So just one last point to try to take a step back. So 1,000-foot view, if you just look at the risks for this regeneration master plan, from 1,000 feet, this is not comprehensive, but the main risks. If we do decide to divest of these single and semi-detached homes, and they sit on the market, that's our financing for the new build. So a bridge financing, we need funding from somewhere. That's a potential risk. That being said, we do believe there's about 15 on the market that we could sell pretty quickly. Inability to secure grant funding. So there was 3.2 million in the plan. We did as much as we could without having shovel-ready project. So there's a great program through FedDev for the commercial space, which we've talked with Grant Match on. We have that kind of earmarked or a plan ready for that. And the CMHC, they have a forgivable loan as part of their loan. There's a bit of funding through Enbridge for some of the EMP, and we do stress any opportunity we can find to get. But it's a lot, and until we secure it, it does represent a funding risk if it's not secured. And then finally, the last point is converting to the mixed income model. So we do recognize this is a big shift. We're shifting our social housing strategy, our portfolio offering, and we are, as I mentioned, selling all of the family units and adding 26 net single and couple multi-unit residential buildings. And as part of that, if there's not appetite to reduce, we can look at a portable housing benefit strategy. Just saying right now, it's quite costly because that would entail somebody living in a market rent unit and we provide cash subsidy to them. But it is an option. So I thank you for the time. I know it's a lot to take through. I know Michael has a recap and a bit of what we're asking for him. Of course, lots of question and answers, I'm sure. We hope answers.
Thank you for all of that information. That was very good breakdown. Council's been sitting here without a break since 3 o'clock. I need to get up and go to the bathroom. So let's take 15 minutes, stretch your legs, calculate what your questions are, and we'll come back around and let Michael do his summary. Thank you. 7:05, no later than 7:20.
Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along.
Okay, thanks everybody for being back promptly. We're going to pass it over to Michael, who has a very short recommendation on, or sorry, summarization of the recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor Martin and members of council. So as the mayor alluded to, this will be pretty brief. So the staff report provides a summary of the review of HNHC's regeneration master plan and accompanying presentation that Tyler just completed. And they were included as appendices A and B. The report is a result of collaboration between the Housing Corporation and their consultants HERCO, along with service manager and Norfolk County staff. This report contains a few pieces of the overall puzzle. Back in the spring of 2021, the Housing Corporation completed their regeneration master plan and asset management plan, which provided the scope of their entire portfolio. The plans were then used towards staff's review of Norfolk County owned assets and proposals. This report summarizes the analysis completed for repair and renewal of those assets, as well as a new build at the Simcoe location, initially proposed at a different location and moved to the corner of Decoe in Ireland due to favorable circumstances from the sale of that land. So staff are recommending that the repair and renewal strategy, inclusive of the energy management plan, be included in the proposed 2023 levy-supported operating budget as a new budget initiative, and that council directs staff on the new Simcoe build concerning timing for a report back on the sale of homes and any additional strategic analysis required. So staff, along with HNHC and HERCO, are here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Very fast. Thank you. Councillor Columbus.
I do have a few questions. And first of all, with respect to the build at the corner of Decoe Road and Ireland Road, there was an issue with sewage waste disposal. How will that be handled by 2026? Because my understanding is there's going to take quite some infrastructure to move the waste from that development. And there was some talk about having to go across someone else's land by easement. Where's all that at? And can that be all remedied very quickly to support this development?
Heidi? I guess maybe first I would say that the new owner of that land is responsible for servicing. That's a question.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to refer that question to our CAO.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So my understanding is as yours. I think the urgency and the desire for this development on that site is to take advantage of the neighboring development. So that developer is responsible for bringing the services to the site, and the desire for this development is to tie into the water and wastewater capabilities that are being built into that development.
So that can be accomplished by 2026. See, it's, the way things go, it's pretty slow, but anyway. My other question was the semis that are going to be, that are sitting empty. I know there's some in Delhi. How will they be sold off? Will it be through a real estate market, realtors, or will it be done internally, or any idea?
Mayor Martin, through you to Councillor Columbus. The Housing Corporation has, as the owners of the property would be responsible for the sale process. And so they would secure a real estate agent through their internal procurement processes and would lead that sale process. They have developed a first iteration of their plan for the sale in terms of the phasing of it and the timing. Mr. Matt Bowen and I had some discussions on Friday about some timing and some phasing, and he and his team are taking a second look at that. And if council approves the recommendations that are in the staff report as printed tonight, then as soon as that updated plan is submitted to our office in social services and housing, then I would be preparing a staff report to come back to council with the details of that.
Councillor Brutton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Maybe through you to, Al, I thought if I remember right, in the capital budget, there was $51,000 for a water main on Ireland Road. Did I not see that? If there was, I guess pretty cheap water main, but I mean, is that to service that corner property? And the other thing I've said for a long time, and Mike hit on it, is if the development out there now on that end of town hasn't provided sanitary services in a stub someplace, then that whole corner has to drain all the way to the treatment plant. That's an awful expense. Like there's no other way. I've said that 8-10 years ago and we got into the hub argument. Anyways, I'm just asking, is there 51,000 in the capital? Can somebody answer that? Sorry.
The mayor to council, the actual project is 462,000. And there was about 51,000 for the engineering. So.
Okay, no, so are we paying to put that water line down there? Why are we doing that?
Right through the mayor to council. The funding will come from development charges, and don't quote me, but I do believe Brandon or the developer themselves may be for the water line all along Ireland Road. I can't remember what point it was from, but I'm not 100% sure, but I think Al's shaking his head yes. So I believe the developer.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I don't know the specifics, but we'll certainly send that to council. There was discussion around the table when we were developing the budget that we were picking up a percentage of the cost to get it to a certain area, or we were going to leverage once the developer brought it to bring it to a certain area. But we'll get Andrew and his team to provide council with an update on that specific capital project that you're highlighting. But the intent is that the developer that is developing that block is paying for the cost to bring all the services for that development.
So sorry, Kathy, you said there's 400 and something thousand in there as of now to be paid for by us. Am I reading that right?
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. No, currently in our capital plan, we have 462,000 for construction and 51,000 for engineering costs, and they are to be paid by development charges and or a portion of from the direct developer.
That's totally different than what you're saying, Al. You're saying that the developer's going to pay for that. We have no need to run the water line down to the corner.
So if I could ask council's indulgence, we will get you that information. My understanding is that the developer is paying for that. That particular capital project might be something related to it or something else that we need to do, but we will get you those details.
Any other questions? Councillor Brandon Rishi.
There you go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, and we had this discussion, Heidi, and I'd like you to repeat it. Because you're going to be selling those 50 some number of houses that are family units off. And we discussed it. If you could explain that staged approach, because we have to be cognizant of the fact that some of these houses do have families in them at the moment.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Vanden Driesche. According to the provincial legislation, which is the Housing Services Act, when social housing units are sold, first of all, the proceeds have to be used for housing purposes. We cannot create homelessness as a result of selling property, and we need to have a plan to communicate the sale and to appropriately house any tenants. As the Housing Corporation has been working on their regeneration master plan and their asset management plan, they brought forward a request to our office to, as some of those units that have been identified for sale or for disposal, as tenants have been moving out, we have temporarily left them vacant so that there are no tenants that would be impacted if those units were sold. So according to the plan, the original sale plan, the first phase was to sell 15 of them. I think based on initial conversations with Mr. Bowen, we would prioritize 3 or 4. And again, this would be dependent on my assessment of the plan and my recommendations to council. But the initial priority would be to raise enough money through the proceeds of the sale of vacant units to give that to allow the Housing Corporation to have adequate funding to get the Simcoe new build to a shovel ready stage. Going forward, I have had conversations with the Housing Corporation and with the Norfolk team about the fact that going forward, if we sell units in a phased approach, our office will be monitoring any potential or unforeseen impacts in the community as it relates to housing need, and would be bringing forth to council updated reports to inform you of any impacts and any suggestions on how we can address those.
Any other, Councillor Columbus?
Well, I'm looking at this here, regeneration master plan, and I know that this Delhi project is 10 years away. Yet we'll be selling several semis in the Delhi area that I guess it's going into a land bank and they'll be supporting the Simcoe development for 2026. Is that the way I read it?
So through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Columbus, as part of the report that will come back related to the specific timing and the specific units and the phasing of the sale, I will work with Mr. Bowen and his team to identify which units would be sold when and where those funds would be redirected. And then that plan will come back to council for approval as the shareholder of those assets. So at this point, as I noted, we would be looking to sell 3 to 4 homes. We have homes so that the Simcoe project could get shovel ready, and we have vacant units in Simcoe. So, you know, that's Mr. Bowen and I are hearing the feedback tonight, and we'll certainly take that back when the specific plan is being developed and when I create the report to come back to council.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, and through you to Heidi, I believe. So if I heard correctly in Tyler's presentation, the plan is to sell off all of the family units. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Duffy, the regeneration master plan took all of the units that the Housing Corporation owns in both counties and evaluated them using a number of different criteria. And they were evaluated into the categories of retain, redevelop, revitalize, or dispose. And so, based on that evaluation, the regeneration master plan, which council previously approved as information and then referred back to staff for follow-up reports, which this is the first one of those. The family units were evaluated as appropriate for disposal. So the subsequent plan and report that will come back for council's consideration and approval would be related to all of those units. And then council will be able to make the final decision about what units are sold when and what we use the proceeds of those of sale of units for. Part of that report, I envision, will include a deeper analysis related to things like our social housing wait list and wait times and as I mentioned in my previous answer, any potential impacts and how we might address any unintended impacts that might arise.
Thank you. I think that does raise some other questions for me, but I'll posit those for the future time. It sounds like it might be coming forward December report. So thank you.
So can I clarify, because it's been a long day? We make a $375 annual contribution for capital replacements that gets spent in full each year. This report has an ask for an additional $125,000 per year for 5 years, which, although it's unfortunate that we're playing catch up, I can see there's a recommendation to ensure the capital plan will come forward and we'll have those discussions more frequently. So I can kind of wrap my head around that, making that commitment to the service level and keeping our pieces in good standing until we can make a better plan here. But there's a request, there's a request for feedback, but in a perfect world, there's a request for $3.8 million in cash, plus $0.9 million in waived permits and development charges. Correct? Or above the 3.8 or in the 3.8? Above, okay. However, we still pay for those permit fees and have to put the DCs into an account. So it's not just as simple as a waive for us. And then we have the in-kind donation of the land. So all of that's correct. I'm on the same, okay. So then I guess I'll preface this by saying I really appreciate the work that's been done on this, because after 7 and a bit, how many hours we've been here for, I'm not sure, that I was able to follow and keep up with it. And I'm not kidding. I really appreciate that. That's been a long day. So lots of great work has gone into this, and the regeneration plan has been before us again. But I don't know how I don't know how we're supposed to pay for that. Like, to just call it what, I don't know how we're supposed to pay for that. Like, I don't know where that comes from. And if we had money, this is the perfect initiative to support. But I don't know how we're supposed. I don't know what to say. I want to tell you I want to support this. This is great, but I don't know how to say that I can understand that. I can understand this $125,000 a year for 5 years. We need to maintain our service level. We need to provide the service for the community. It's very important, and we need to have assets in good standing. I don't know where to go from here, because I understand you want to make a plan that's time sensitive, and you've got this parcel that's unique and ripe for this exact thing, but I kind of put it back on staff. I don't know. Councilor Van Vassen or staff?
Well, it's sort of like yours. It's not really a question, but I spent about an hour listening to a very good report. Exactly, I understood it. It was laid out well, but a lot of times I felt like that Donald Rumsfeld, who gave the speech about the unknown unknowns as opposed to the known unknowns. We have too many balls in the air again. I look at this project, it's only maybe 30, 40 years overdue. You keeps getting put off. We were able to negotiate last term a deal to get the land for free, so we made that one step. The cheapest possible time frame to build that is if we can do it in conjunction with the developer next door and get some economies of scale through engineering on the road, the water, the sewer, and the construction contracts that, you've got a contractor next door, you can use the same one. I don't want to put this off. I do want to, I don't even know what to call it, whether we commit in principle to proceed. I'd have to look at the CAO on the wording of that and give the housing authority the go ahead to go and sell those homes that are required to get this project to the shovel-ready stage. Then we will start answering some of those unknowns about what potential funding is available out there and grants that are available. Looking at sort of the way the world works right now, there is funding available for the federal government to build that special status of home. And generally, you get those grants for a while.
Thanks. I'm going to stop you right there because we don't have a motion on the floor and now we're just debating and chatting. So I'm going to go back to staff because I'm looking for a comment from you based on my comment, and then Councilor Brennan, yes. What you're asking for our feedback today? After questions, that was my feedback I put to you. There's different feedback you've just heard. Where do we go from here? Because what does in principle mean, and what kind of plan are we putting together, and how do we get $4+ million that needs to be put onto the levy? Certainly 0.9% needs to be, because of the DCs and the contributions we'd have to make before 2026.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, and I can start off the discussion, and certainly Heidi can add to it. I think there's no debate that this is a good project and this is something that our community needs. It's something that staff are certainly supporting, and we're not recommending a no to council. What we're saying is not right now, in the absence of getting the full financial picture. This is a philosophical change in the way council considers its social housing options right now. You need to get behind that and understand what that implication is, and you need to understand how you can afford it in light of all the other financial pressures that you're going to hear during budget. Is the model sound? I believe it is, in terms of where the Housing Corporation is going, in terms of its new mix. It certainly keeps addressing the housing needs. What we're suggesting to council is let staff come back with the initial proposal to sell some of the initial assets, whether it's 2, 3 homes, whatever that number looks like, so that the Housing Corp can start to make some moves in regards to design and development of what that housing development will look like. It certainly gets it closer to being shovel ready so that it can start asking for some grants and start mining for some of those funding opportunities. But it would be irresponsible of us as staff to recommend council move forward at this time without getting the holistic picture of what this means to our finances. You've got some enormous pressures coming your way. You saw it in the orientation presentation today from Andrew in regards to our debt levels, where they're going in regards to our interurban water project. That doesn't start to address yet all of our additional infrastructure gaps that we have. You heard that we're trying to get our asset management plan better defined, refined, and that means identifying all of our assets, the condition that they're in, then identifying what it's going to take to keep those assets in a state of good repair. You still have a lot of financial variables that we don't know with certainty today. And our recommendation to council is that you accept the report, that you recommend or you consider the budget approval of the additional repair and replacement contribution. You heard that there's a very significant funding shortfall on an annual basis to try to keep that housing stock in a state of good repair. and that you allow staff to work with the Housing Corp to bring something back to council that is affordable and meets the needs of the community. And we're going to need some time to bring that forward to council in 2023.
Councillor Breton.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion that we defer this issue until we receive a report back from staff on the status of those lands down there and the servicing and who's paying. Because I'll just leave it at that. I'm not prepared to spend 400 and something thousand of our reserves, I guess it was, you mentioned, service that land when it should be the developer. So I would recommend we defer it till we receive a report from staff.
Are you open to me suggesting, I can't amend your motion because I'm up here, but more of what staff has suggested, which includes them coming back to us, but we ask for that information to return. That way they're not stopping the work until they bring us the information. It's just they can still have conversations. Nothing will happen, but
I think they can go on and do what they want with the, if they want to start and sell properties off, but it's going to be quite a while. Even if somebody said we're going ahead to service it now, I think it's going to be quite a while before it happens. So they can do, I guess, proceed with what they want to do. Once we get all the information a little clearer, maybe we can decide whether we can afford any money to fund things.
okay, I'm going to let Heidi, and then I think I have Councillor Columbus and Councillor Van Passen, but Heidi, can you also provide recommendations based on what Councillor Breton is saying and what's here?
Through the mayor, if I may first. Councillor Breton did put a motion on the floor. We do need to know if it's seconded because a deferral motion is not amenable, it's not debatable, and it needs to be voted on right away. But if there's not a seconder, then the questions can continue.
Mayor Martin, through you to Councillor Brenton. I wonder for council's consideration if the recommendations, the staff recommendations in the report, if it would be amenable to have them considered as they are written, perhaps with an additional recommendation that staff bring back a report regarding the water and wastewater servicing plan and costs for the land. I heard that it was Councillor Brenton's intention for staff to be able to continue to work with the Housing Corporation on the plan for the sale, on bringing the repairs back to budget. Those are all contained within the recommendations within the report. And so I just wonder for consideration if it would meet the councillors' needs to add an additional recommendation regarding a follow-up report for the servicing.
Go ahead.
I see what you're saying, Heidi, but I'm wondering if we just don't defer it based on what I've said. Are we making a commitment by adopting all these recommendations that you've got in here? I have a little bit of a concern with the long-term approach for the finances. So. I'm on page 92.
Page 91, I think your concerns might be settled a little bit. If you look at the "and that" clause underneath, it's the, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 down. And that the proposal for the new build in Simcoe be referred back to staff to work with HNHC for strategic analysis on the sale of homes and related financing plan for council's consideration. We're not committing to anything, but it does allow them to continue to meet and discuss options. And I think Heidi's suggestion to you is okay. And what she's suggesting is you leave everything how it's printed, but we add in "and that staff bring a report forward to council on water and wastewater servicing plans on the lands clarification. So we get you that information. We're not committing to, but it does let them continue to work, which I think is important. They need to know if they have.
Well, I don't have I'm leery of all the recommendations, but that one you just read off, number 6, you could put that motion in there on its own. Period. Leave all the rest out. I just don't want to get tied down. Yeah.
So I don't recall who seconded that. Are you okay with that? Or is that what you were going to say, Teresa? Okay. Lost my train of thought.
Through the mayor, so Councillor Brunton is removing the deferral and changing the motion to be that the proposal for the new building Simcoe be referred back to staff to work with Alderman Norfolk Housing Corporation for a strategic analysis on the sale of homes and related financing plan for council's consideration, and that staff bring back a further report on water and wastewater plans for clarification. Thank you.
And if I could subtly encourage staff when they bring back the strategic analysis and financial plan, can that also include details for council to consider? What if we can't meet the 2026 timeline, but we still want to support the project? And is it even viable if that's the case? I don't know, but can we have that discussion?
You read that motion back slowly. I'm sorry, I didn't. That was changed from what I started out with.
Staff report CS 22-105, Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation Repair and Renewal Strategy and Affordable Housing Building be received for information, and that the proposal for the new build in Simcoe be referred back to staff to work with the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation for a strategic analysis on the sale of homes and related financing plan for council's consideration, and that staff bring back a further report related to water and wastewater plans for clarification.
Okay, and then I told Councillor Van Passen I would circle back around to him a long time ago.
In fact, there is a motion on the floor. That been seconded or? Okay, could we amend that, effective amendment to that, or a friendly amendment to put a timeline on that as well? Like, is Q1 of 23 acceptable to come back to council with that report?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if we could, I'm hesitant to say Q1, but I want to say as soon as possible, but I don't see why we can't come to council as soon as possible to start giving you some of the information that you're looking for. So that's fine.
On it languishing forever, so if we give a deadline, they can always come back and tell us they didn't quite make the deadline. I'd much rather have that instead of waiting for it. So could I put that on as amendment, or is the mover happy with that?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just for my understanding, so are we not moving any of the other recommendations at this time? Okay.
Columbus, go ahead.
Great. As secondary of that motion of Council Robbins, I was concerned about the infrastructure, the utilities question that came up out of that, because when those hub lands were put up for tender or sale, I'm not so sure that all the bidders realized that we were going to be putting some servicing in place. They may not have bid that way. I do support the
Getting very close to discussing items that were in closed session at the time. Some of that information, I believe, not.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. That's a good point, but I don't think so, because I think this council my apologies, former council openly spoke about how servicing was done by the developer and there was no cost to the taxpayer on that particular piece of land. No specific details. Councillor Columbus, please continue.
I was just going to say too, that I have no problem with the sale of the buildings, the semis that are out there, because I'm getting calls. Why are they vacant? Why are they not being housed, utilized? We need housing. And I'll be glad to say that those buildings should be sold. I think they should do it too this week, right away. But I did have a question about the service of that site thing.
Any other debate? The motion is moved, seconded, amended, approved. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We do have outstanding recommendations on page 91 of our agenda, though, that we did not move. So staff are looking for direction on the repair and the renewal strategy. They're looking for direction concerning the energy management plan, looking for direction concerning deep energy retrofit, 39 Maple Street, and so on. So if you take out the sixth paragraph, everything else on that page still needs to be carried or not. Councillor Van Pass, go ahead.
I will move the remainder of the recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Berry. Is there any discussion? Nope. Calling the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Any opposed? Thank you. It's carried. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're getting there. We're getting there. I believe we're on our last report. Office of the CAO, it is 6.6.1, which is delegation of authority regarding liquor licensing request, CAO report 22-091. Teresa?
Thank you, through the mayor to council. So the report is before you today, just providing an update on our delegation of authority regarding liquor licensing requests, which is a program that's provided by the municipality for the provincial government through the AGCO. So municipalities have to do a number of things. One is to provide for a municipal information form sign off for any temporary patio extensions, temporary liquor permits. The municipalities are also asked to provide context with respect to special occasion permits for special events, and the county has put together a bylaw that outlines how we provide sign off on that, and that was provided in 2019. The council of the day approved that bylaw. At the time of that report coming forward, the clerk's office did provide for a suggestion of user fees related to that to acknowledge the time and the resources that are required for that process. At that time, council did not want to move forward with the user fee. Over the last year and a half, since I've been here, I have a lot of experience with this from previous municipalities where we did have a user fee covering this. And so I'm bringing forward a report to suggest that we both recognize the work and resources that are put into this program to be able to recoup some of those costs of the staff resources doing it, and also to acknowledge that we recognize we want to put this information out to the public, develop a web page so people understand the process. And it's really important that the public understands that there are timeframes that have to be met to get this. And we received a lot of last minute requests a day or two before an event. And it's not just a simple sign off of one person. It actually gets circulated to about 14 individuals, 6 different departments. And those individuals may or may not be available on those timeframes. And so we've established timeframes to make sure we can actually do the proper reviews, make sure we're covering all of our risk, liability, safety, health, fire needs. You know, sometimes there's only one person that does that duty across the corporation. They might be on holidays, so we need to be mindful of that. So we're requesting a few changes to our bylaw to allow additional time for staff, so from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. If we can expedite it, we definitely try to, but we just need to be mindful. And then just providing the user fees in the user fee bylaw going forward. Thank you.
Questions of Teresa? Councilor Fantastic.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question about, the implementation of the user fee. If the application is for an event to be held in a county facility, can we waive the user fee? Since the cost is all built in of all the inspections and things they need to do, but if it's our own building, we shouldn't have to do very much inspecting.
So through the mayor to Councillor Van Passen, currently we don't have a provision in our user fee bylaw to waive for those types of provisions. What I would say is we still have to do inspections and review. So it might be our facility, but they still have to provide a map. They may not be using the same section of the hall. They might be using different proponents. We still have to go out and see how they set it up. Health still has to go out and inspect for their setup, their layout of the event, any food provisions they're going to put in there. So there's maybe a look at perhaps a different fee, although in my scan of municipalities, it's a one-stop shop. It's hard to add that extra layer of us making that determination. So I think the fees are very reasonable. So I think that we can do it if that's council directs that. I just wouldn't recommend it.
Councilor Barry.
In order to get, sorry, through you to Teresa there, in order to get a letter of municipal significance, you must be a not-for-profit organization, correct?
Through our bylaw, correct.
Questions? Staff recommendation or propose an alternative?
I would propose that we don't charge a fee for municipal significance letters. Typically, when these not-for-profit organizations are doing municipally significant events, they're fundraisers for those organizations, and I don't know that the county. I know it's a nominal fee, relatively speaking, but I don't think that the county should necessarily have its hand in the pocket of a fundraiser when we're asking groups to go out and fundraise to do programs and services and projects in the community that we don't really want them to show up here to ask for funding for. So I'm fine with the website and the more explanations, but I am opposed to the additional fee.
Councilor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you to staff. What is the fee? $50? Okay, thank you.
Teresa, go ahead then.
So through the mayor to council, if I can just add in, if and this is maybe outside the report, but if council is not open to having a fee per service, then my request would then be council consideration of some type of fee for any expedited request. And the reason I say this is, we had a number of requests this summer where all of a sudden 2 days before, there was pressure on us to get this done. We had to pull staff off of other projects that were in the queue, other service priorities to get that done. That's a cost to the organization, that's a cost to the taxpayers. And so we need to, I believe, recoup that piece, or we need to have a hard line on saying, if you want that service, there should be a fee for that. If you go through the regular process, then maybe that's a different perspective.
Councilor Barry.
Love it. Expedited fee, I can 100% support. I'm all about that.
$50 expedited fee?
Oh, I almost want to say make it more, but 50 is good to start, sure.
Okay, moved.
Hold on, then let's make it more. Yeah, I'm fine with that. If we're going to rush staff, then we can make it more to maybe compromise it. But yeah, 75 is fine with me. If we're going to horse trade a little bit on dollars, that's fine. But I guess I'd like that, having worked with a lot of not-for-profits on these events, if we have our affairs in order, I think that, yeah, we should get it and not have to pay. But if we're going to inconvenience you and leave it at the last minute, there's no reason why we should be able to expect you to drop everything. So yeah, charge us a fee for that, for sure.
Okay, so moved by Councilor Barry. Is there a seconder? Oh, Teresa.
So just to clarify that, could we suggest that anything less than 5 business days? Less? 2 weeks? 10 business days?
I'm good with 5. I would prefer 5 days just on account of, again, having worked with a lot of those organizations, you don't always know if the rest of your committee did the thing that they were gonna do. Business days, 5 business days, I would support a $75 fee within that, if that's agreeable to Teresa.
Through the mayor to Councillor Berry, I am agreeable.
That's my motion then.
All right, sorry, is that seconded? Councillor Duff? Okay. And I'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Van Passen.
To the mover, that includes all the other parts of the staff recommendation as well in the motion.
Yes, my initial motion was to approve everything without the fee. And if we're gonna do the expedite fee, whatever, then I'm fine with that, but I still agree with the rest of the report that we should adopt it, or not adopt it, but take those actions.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. It's not on my notes, but okay, and then, sorry, this will be very quick, but if council will indulge me, I would like to switch the chair very briefly with Councillor Michelle and try to put a motion on the floor myself, which I think you'll be very pleased with, all of you.
That is perfectly satisfactory, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So my first motion would be that I would ask council to waive procedural rules of order, which I need a 2/3 majority for, so that my motion is heard tonight so that staff can get to work on it right away. So my motion, which I can repeat to you again later, is that we actually strike the microphone purchase from our 2023 budget, and that instead we have a budget amendment for 2022 to purchase new microphones out of the sorry, I'm going to tell you what the funding source is because I was ready for this. Funded from the Office Automation Reserve. There is sufficient funds in there, and that allows staff to get it ordered. And if we leave it the way we've done it, we will be doing one microphone until the spring when budget is ratified and they can order. So Teresa and Al are aware, and Amy gave me the funding source. Kathy, don't ruin this for us, Kathy.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Martin. I just want to make sure the project is $120,000 and it is funded from the Office Automation Reserve. But in speaking with Brent, because of the cost of $120,000, they want to go through an RFP process, but that would be the normal process, which does take time. However, he is looking into if he has other options to expedite the process.
Through you, Madam Mayor, but I think what we're hearing though is that there's a desire to expedite the timeline. So if we can get started now versus started in February or March, we will get new microphones a little bit earlier so that I think we support the desire to improve our technology right away so that we can avoid these headaches going forward. So we appreciate the motion to move this and try to start the process right away.
Councillor Van Patten, are you seconding or are you? Okay, so we have a seconder to waive the procedural bylaw. And is there any discussion? In that event, then all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
And now my motion, I'm hoping that Teresa captured something, but that's just the gist of it. We're going to remove the microphone purchase from 2023. As funding sources have been identified, and it allows staff to get the ball rolling on new microphones earlier.
And so that motion is on the floor and it would require a seconder in Councillor Berry. And is there any discussion by council? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Madam Mayor, I'll surrender the chair back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Michele. Okay, I think we are finished for the day, so we are looking for a motion to adjourn at 8:11 p.m. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All those in favor? Carried. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for the marathon day, staff and council.